живену я фіяли, сні барбон, він ланок, дорожні почки, моно лютіяли, кавамос, ланок, дорожні почки. I'm scared, it's the hour, feeling such an hour, even over up the alley, near we saw the air, please tell out of the arts, such a lucky motion, I don't know, we are in the city, she finished the beams of the alley, near we saw the air, please tell out of the arts, such a lucky motion. Who's that? To the zero and I am what goes. Who's that? We fall to the zero and I am what goes. scared. Yeah, I'm scared. It's the hour for lunch, just no hour. Even over up. Yeah, we know we saw the air. Please tell out of the axe. That's your lucky more. Yeah, no. We are in the circuit. Yeah, should finish the beams and more. Yeah, we know we saw the air. Please tell out of the axe. That's your lucky more. What's that? Losing the zero and that time not goes. What's that? I breathe for losing the zero and that time not goes. Not sure I could walk, is that easy? Oh, it's covered with time you
right? So that's that. Hello, friends. How's it going? Happy April 1st here in Japanland. Nantari today.
Hello.
Hello. You're hello?
I am hello.
All right, very good, very good, very good. Welcome in, one and all, on this, the most important day of the Resorty year calendar.
Resort here.
Oh, that's good. More portmanteaus, more good. Yeah, today is a different day than usual. We're not playing the games we standardly do. Instead, we're playing one special game that we play roundabout every year. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun for sure. That said, today often functions as a community appreciation day. So I appreciate you, definitely Surly. But also people stop in. I said Surly. Definitely Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley. Very good. People stop in who aren't often around just to say hello. So if you see an unfamiliar face, please do be extra greetingful and all the rest. You might say, Resorty, why is there no music in the background right now?
Why is there no music in the background right now?
This is actually what I wanted you to do. Thank you for doing that. It's because we need to enjoy a bit of silence. Yeah, isn't that nice? I want you to just remember that silence. It's important and good. Yes, that will matter in a while. Yeah?
I would like to point out something.
What do you want to point out?
Your heater is on. Do you want it on for the whole time? Because you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, so it's actually on the air conditioning mode.
Oh,
fancy. Hello to you, Callie Bob. How's it going? Riz Mama, good seeing you, mother. Thanks for choosing this day to stop by. Yes, today's a day. Oh, I actually forgot to do it. I mean to put the Ask Me Anything little tag on. Now, I don't mean genuinely anything. And it is the case that people will see the Ask Me Anything. Not you all, I'm sure. But...
Oh. There was the Spanish one. Would you like to be asked questions in Spanish?
Preferably not. But yeah, the Ask Me Anything tag, I do love. It's wonderful. But occasionally people will come by from like other communities or random places online and say like, you've said anything. So here's a really creepy question. And on one hand, I'm fine with like jokes about social security numbers, but it might get weird at certain points. And if it does, mods, ban right away, whatever's fine. The issue is during today's stream, I will not be able to moderate the channel myself, and so it might become an absolute disaster. No, it should be fine. Yes, indeed, Gregarious Groundhog. Riz Mama is my mother. As you see, she has that number one little marker there. She's one of my first subscribers ever. Back when I was a little baby resorty, doing my baby resorty thing.
We'll know all about babies.
We'll know all about babies in a little bit. That's true. Mom, is good to see you, though. What's weird we're supposed to watch? What did I say is weird a moment ago? Oh, yeah, don't ask me weird things. I mean, it is the case that it'll be very weird in a little bit here. As I always say on today's stream, I guarantee by the end of today's stream, we'll have fewer followers than when we started. And that is that's the choice we make. The difficulty ahead will be entertaining those who remain. Good, 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 good. All right, Noms, anything you'd like to talk about today? I'm kind of blathering on as you do.
Nope.
No. Does this happen during meetings? Like, does the
Nobody ever turns to me and says, anything you would like to say?
Wait, really? I figured your boss at various places would say,
Well,
like,
sure.
I've made my speech, and now you? And you
Or-
go, nope.
Sometimes I say I have nothing for the whole group, or I say 2 words or 2 sentences, and I say, and I yield the rest of my time, which people think is funny.
That's funny. That's funny. We're going to have Twitch channel points. MK10, we actually have them right now. Unfortunately, I don't have the new like Twitch interface set up for it, so you can't see the number. Just type in channel points, and you will see how many points you have. Grizz Groundhog asks, weird question number 1. How is Noms' relationship with her in-laws? That's a terrible question to ask. My mother's here. Would you like to answer this?
Do I answer it, or does Riz Mama answer it?
I think it's to you.
But not ask me anything. Ask you anything.
Oh, I think Noms gets on well with my parents.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I think like them fine, but anytime we visited, there's friendly conversation. Both my parents are very welcoming people. They're very, very nice people who are always interested in other people's lives, and so this is a strange question to ask on stream. My mother's watching. Hello, Mom. But yeah, I think it's all good, for sure. Old Canuck, it's good to see you, my friend. Thanks for being here. Seriously, all you, thanks for being here. Yeah. At this point,
Why does everybody have the same number of Riz books?
Because everyone's been watching for the exact same amount of time, and everyone has done the exact same things to build up their channel currency. And no, I mean, there's some people who have different ones. Just the people who've typed in so far have the exact same number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a bit of a joke.
Is it?
It's a bit of a joke.
Is this like when a student says, hello, can I have my grade in this class? And then they all have the same grade.
On the first day of class, everyone's the same grade. Maybe this is the first day of our channel points ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I've considered actually turning on the channel points thing just for today, and like finding different kinds of rewards again just for today, and then turning it back off right afterwards. But I didn't get it set up, so unfortunately. Do you get extra points if you manage to guess our total before looking it up? Kept Zero, it's good. I like that you said to guess our total, not your total, our total. Because yes, if you can guess our total of points, then I'll give everyone 100 extra Riz bucks. There you go. That's nice, isn't it?
Wow.
I'm so generous. I'm ruining the economy.
Riz bucks. Wow.
Ruining the economy by just throwing money everywhere, like that one guy with the gold Africa walking. Every time I tell this story, I can't remember the man's name.
Gold Africa walking?
Gold Africa walking guy. Yeah, there's some king, emir, ruler who just wandered from place to place on a long trip, and as he went, he spent so much gold that he like ruined economies the entire way. Thank you, Mansa Musa. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, there is a story here, and I can never remember the particulars of it at all. There are actually a few stories like that on stream, where I like, remember this story? And I say, well, that story has no nouns in it, but hopefully it worked out.
Proper noun.
Proper nouns. My apologies, linguist.
I'm not a linguist. I gave 5,000 yen to a student the other day.
You did. Do you want to tell this story?
I gave 5,000 yen to a student the other day.
How generous of you. I think we should all appreciate Noms' largesse. Would you like to tell the rest of the story? And now, rest of the story.
I don't know how much to tell. We had a little contest in class based on Nick Klosterman's hypotheticals.
Chuck Klosterman?
Chuck Klosterman. Yeah, Nick Klosterman is somebody else. Chuck Klosterman's hypotheticals. And the hypothetical was if you can count down, it's a bet, right? Challenge. If you can count backwards from 300 to 0 without making any mistakes, you get $25,000. But if you make any mistakes, you are immediately doused in gasoline and burned alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I asked my students who would take the bet and who wouldn't, and then we did it in real life, and I said that whoever was able to do it fastest, could get 5,000 yen.
Yeah.
And so someone got 5,000 yen.
Yeah, it's actually a student who is in both of our classes this semester. We like him quite a bit, and we're glad he won. These hypotheticals are meant to have excellent, outrageous conversations. They're interesting questions where not exactly a obviously right answer, but instead just leads to fun conversation. But how many students were burned alive afterwards?
Well, I did kind of say that. I said, so if you had done this, you would be dead. How would you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing to say is in the hypothetical, it's non-competitive.
Yeah.
Right? You're only competing against yourself and presumably the person who might burn you alive. Yeah. But you included the whoever gets done first to avoid the obvious strategy, which is
take forever.
300, 299, etc. Which makes it less likely you'll screw up. It's the pressure of getting it done over a certain period of time, which I think is great innovation.
Well, but that's a nice way of of duplicating the pressure of
Sure.
Yeah. Right.
Duplicating the pressure of being burned alive.
Duplicating.
You have to go fast. You're on fire. Hey, Lady Dilly Dally, thank you for the follow. We are, in fact, dilly-dallying right now. We'll have some excellent Stanley Parable in just a little bit here.
Yeah.
I promise, but thanks for being here for sure. Yeah.
The one who won actually took his time.
He did.
He didn't take, forever, but everybody who lost because they were trying to go too fast.
Yeah. And then the one student who came in second place started over 300. He started with 399, and it was like, oh no, you've lost in the first moment.
I think another student might have gotten it, but she never submitted her evidence.
Oh, that's too bad.
Video evidence.
Oh, so this is my favorite part of it, and Riz Mama, earmuff time, earmuff. All the rest of you, your choice on earmuffs. So the students had to submit this little video of themselves counting down from 300
to prove it.
And so we watched them together and very much enjoyed seeing the students, counting backwards. Except for the student who won did this: 72, 71, 70, 69, 68. He does amazing little pause and wink.
I don't think it was I think it was that's a funny number.
But whichever way, I don't think he meant to do it. It wasn't an intentional part of the show. It just happens more or less autonomically.
Oh, wait,
automatically,
didn't he tell you that he thought it wasn't video, but it was just an
That's
audio?
Right.
That's probably why he said that.
Yeah, he thought the recording was audio only. So, yeah. BYOB, thanks for the Prime sub. It's good to see you, friend. How you been? Thanks for being here sincerely and really. Mother, I'm not having this conversation. Not on stream.
Isn't it AMA?
Not in person. Never having this conversation. All right. So before we get started today, I want to do one more thing, and then we will switch on over to ye olde Stanley Parable. And to avoid you all talking to my mother about this topic, we're going to emote-only mode for the next few minutes. As many of you know, I've begun doing a daily round of crosswords during the stream, and Noms and I like solving crosswords together quite a bit. And so we are going to solve a crossword for your delight.
Look at all those emotes.
So many emotes. And then after that, we're going to get to our Stanley Parable playthrough of the year. I will note that there will be ads running in the normal places. And on normal days, I take time to, pause the stream and do other things instead, so y'all don't miss any content. Today, you're going to miss some content, and that's okay. You're not going to care. It's not important content. It's all the same forever. All right, Noms, are you ready to...
I'm looking at hit people's guys.
You're enjoying all the emotes very much?
No, well, yes.
Wait, let's repeat that. Are you enjoying the emotes very much?
Nah, but...
No.
What I meant to say is that is not the question I'm trying to answer.
Yeah.
But the hit people guys thing, what is?
It's a little bouncing head. It's Mr. Pound. Oh God, no.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't really know much about emotes, but there we go. Okay, let's go ahead.
Looks like a squid or something.
Maybe.
Okay.
All right. So here is the crossword of the day. It is a universal crossword. This is the only crossword we'll do today. We're going to skip over the normal. LA Times one also. Too many celebrities. That said, you're very strong in celebrities.
Yeah, that sounds terrible, but...
All right, here we go. So we'll show you exactly how we do these usually. Do you want to be the reader and typer, or should I?
You. I don't want to touch her.
What do you mean you don't want to touch my keyboard?
Covered with stuff.
Oh, goodness. All right, so number 1 across. Goatee, for example.
Beard.
Beard. Where to find toe beans on a cat's paw.
Paws.
Oh, paws. Good plural. Do a terrible stand-up set. Let's bomb, surely. I'm going to do downs then. Coding flaw. A bug. A bug. Abbreviation on a lawyer's door. Okay.
Oh, boy, you missed one.
I skipped back, yeah. Cash dispenser.
ATM.
ATM, absolutely. So far, so good. Lion's outburst. This one is feeling a little bit juvenile, actually, so far. We'll see how it steps up some.
Because we have paws and roars.
Yeah. What does the lion say? Roar. Okay.
What's GQMA? What is happening there?
So my guess is based on just that. It's GQ magazine. Exactly right. Let's put it in without even reading the clue. Men's Health Alternative. Yeah, Men's Health is a magazine also.
It was supposed to be like a health.
There you go. All right. So watches someone's pointer say, or on the across is we want to be included.
Us too.
Us too. Watches someone pointer. Oh, dog sits. A pointer's a kind of dog. Okay. La pause. Yep. Good. Words on a sale rack label.
Sale rack label.
As is probably. Yep. Yeah. Good stuff. Classified document. So classified could be like what spies use, national security.
Could be newspaper.
Newspaper selling. Wanted is the correct answer there.
Yeah.
Good. Racers swimwear brand. Speedo. Yeah, absolutely.
ASAP.
ASAP indeed. That fits just fine. Kapow. I assume it's like, what's his name? Emerald Lagasse.
Emerald Lagasse. No, it's Lagasse.
Emerald Lagasse. Probably Bam. That's very good. Yes. All right. Benefit of working after shift.
Ooh,
maybe.
Overtime pay.
Absolutely. All right. Less spicy.
Milder.
Very good. Kitsch, basically. Gewgaws. That's not it at all.
Kitsch. Yeah. Like
yeah. Let's do the crosses, fix it. Yeah. Adidas competitor.
Avia.
So I hate this one so much. I mean, Avia's fine. The reason
it could be Avis, the car rental company.
There are so many brands of athletic shoes that are 4 letters. Nike is one. Yeah. Avia. What are the other ones? There have been a few other ones in the past.
Well, there was another one the other day that wasn't sneakers, so I was like, Bass? Aren't those shoes?
I don't remember exactly.
There's
but
a bunch of 4-letter shoe companies.
If we have nothing on the 4-letter shoe company, we just get stuck usually. All right. Blend together is meld, surely. On the cross here, blog feed format letters is RSS.
Wow.
Have you ever used RSS?
Way back in the day, like in graduate school.
Yeah, I never did. I know at the bottom of some blogs, there's this section that says, like, to see this in your email box, use the RSS feed. And I've always gone, okay.
I used to have a thing that would tell me, like I used to have an RSS thing. It wouldn't go in my email box.
Okay,
tell me when.
Never used it. All right, so goulash or it's a stew, but how do you pronounce that?
Berea?
Berea. What is Berea?
A goulash or a stew.
Perfect, okay. Food label stat, recommended daily allowance, but vitamins in particular. Online place to obsess about your favorite band. It's a fan site, absolutely. Device that uses a 3-pronged approach. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Edge something maybe. Downs though. Blank and fold laundromat. Wash and fold for sure. It's not Edam cheese. Over here we got kitsch, basically. Bad art. That's interesting and appropriate for today. At some point, after an hour or two, we'll discuss what makes good and bad art.
Bad art.
And apparently it's kitsch. Kitsch. Things that sell well. Bad art. Very well. Over here we have sharp-witted. It's astute. Good. Device that uses a 3-pronged approach. Something.
It's like an E. Oh, really?
Maybe. The 3-pronged could be like plugged into the wall. I don't know, actually. All right, we'll come back around that one and figure it out. Brew pub order. Could be a beer and ale. Yeah. Convert head on face. So probably ale is right there.
Yes.
Tons. A lot.
Outlet.
Scent picked up on a test drive. I love this one.
New car smell.
Absolutely right. New car smell. Final for one.
Exam?
Final exam. Good. I like that very much.
Tuxedo shirt.
Tuxedo shirt is the across. Piece of formal ensemble. Good.
Down,
SNL legend Hartman.
Phil.
Yeah.
Adapter?
Adapter. So.
Really?
It's like an adapter, but an adapter. I have no idea what that
Maybe
is.
it's supposed to be. Oh, it's a want ad.
Oh, okay. Handshake. Good work for that one out. It's like E-dapter.
Put Phil Hartman in.
Sorry, Phil Hartman.
For Phil.
All right. One of 6 on Australia's flags is stars.
Erica Jong down there.
Erica Jong, good. She's in a lot. Yeah, any celebrity with a bunch of vowels in their names shows up regularly.
Okay, I'm like, she's not really a celebrity.
I mean, author, etc. Carved into a plaque is Etch Shirley. Middle Eastern rulers, emirs. We know that from Crusader Kings 3, of course.
Oh, sure.
Private info dished to a journalist.
A
leak. A leak, absolutely.
Yeah.
Unlike the tasty vegetable, the leek. Some energizers. Some is often a plural in crossword puzzles. That can be a singular. So it's probably double A's. Mimic. Copy.
Oh, I'm like, ape.
Group that may hold a bake sale.
PTA.
Everyone loves a PTA. All right, can we get this one? It's very, very long. Housing for a filly or colt.
Oh, like a horse stable.
Exactly right. They're baby horses, right? Stable. Stable. ISP since 1993. Your friend and mine. Here's a free CD with 50 hours time.
Are they still, though?
I don't know. I thought that AOL had gone the way of Yahoo.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Drum kit cymbals.
Hi-hats.
Hi-hats, indeed, yeah. Good. Baby garment with snaps. A onesie. You want a onesie?
No, I just want a sleep sack.
Yeah, we saw a baby recently with a sleep sack. This little bag they put themselves inside of.
Yeah.
And, it was adorable. And you said immediately, I want a sleep sack to get inside of, like a little cocoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I guess it's a sleeping bag, but I want it to cover my head, too.
Right. So a what's that called? The Snuggie? Is that what you're looking for in life?
With a hoodie.
With a Snuggie with a hoodie. The snooty.
That sounds great.
They're jerks. So jerks cloth can be like pulls.
Yeah, I'm like soda people?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It provoked a famous party in Boston. That's a T-tax. Good stuff. Like the Islamic calendar. Is it lunar?
No, but we missed some downs above that.
Okay, we'll get those. Pilfers from Robs. Joint with tobacco and marijuana. Mother earmuffs. That is a spliff.
I don't know that.
Yeah, I know. Particles smashed at CERN. Those are atoms. Smoothie green is kale. Baseball stitching is a seam. Hollering, probably just yelling, which is very, very awkward. Not super good. To the crosses then. Fits. In shape. All right. Presumably the next one is silly me.
Yeah.
Thinking. Good. We then have palindromic address.
Ma'am.
Thank you for the goat, who's being very, very friendly. Seasonal ailment is the flu.
Being very respectful.
Yeah, carpenter.
Oh, we missed one.
Oh gosh, we did. Sorry. Away from shore, which is
sea.
a C. Carpenter's tool, or what might beep when near. GQ magazine, tuxedo shirt, or horse stable. It is
a stud finder.
A stud finder, because GQ, buff men, tuxedo shirt. I guess you're a stud for wearing it, and horse stable. Studs are right. That's great. Absolutely love it. Stud finder. Would you like to pantomime this for me? Beep, 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 beep. Cash register parts, the till, RPG spellcaster. Ready to go, nerds?
Is that a mage?
It's a mage. Very good. We then have too trusting, naive. Put on the market. That's sell. What? Yeah. Annual Austin Fest.
South by Southwest.
Absolutely right. South by Southwest. And lastly, selfish desire is
What?
greed indeed.
So maybe that's how you're supposed to pronounce that X. Bye.
That's a good point. We definitely have this thing in Japan that happens a lot, where certain companies work together for a time, and they have like Mr. Donuts X Pokemon.
Collabo.
And they're collaborations. And I've often like asked colleagues and students, how do you pronounce the X? And they have consistently said, you don't. And I've been so confused. It just like it's an X that does nothing. Well done. Thank you. The advantage of having Noms here is that she has a lot of knowledge that I don't have, and I think vice versa. And we get through stuff together.
Yeah, you know all the old words.
Yeah. I read a lot of fantasy when I was pretty young. Now I know how bad you are at crosswords. It's just we have a lot of practice. That's the number one thing to say here is we've been doing this a very, very long time. So, and actually, a few people mentioned on Discord recently that since I've started doing crosswords on stream, they've been trying it also, and it's not as hard as they worried. Part of it is just getting into the habit of thinking kind of laterally, being, what was the word that was used here? Being
In shape?
astute. Yeah, astute about one's
Being flu?
being flu, all these good things.
Being cow.
All right. Thank you for encouraging us along. An ad's about to start. When the ad is over, we will begin our day game. So, 30 minutes of ads. We'll just talk through it. So back to the big screen here. Hello, and then it's time for playing some video games. And gosh, I'm excited for it.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little nervous actually.
Yeah. Is this new setup?
It's a new setup. That's true. Our first time doing it since we moved to Japan. It's also the first time doing it on a new game. Last year or so, 2 years ago maybe, the good people of Crows for Crows, the company that makes Stanley Parable, decided to put out a deluxe edition.
Yeah, I saw it said something.
Deluxe edition, and I don't actually know what else has changed. I know it's added. Yeah, I know it's added other endings. I know it's added other things to explore and more commentary and so on. But I actually don't think it's changed hardly anything about what we're doing next little bit here.
But you don't want to explore any of the other ones.
I mean, once upon a time, like 7 years ago, we played through all of Stanley Parable. We tried out all the endings, but now no. Now there's no time for anything but the question of art. So that's how that goes. Yeah. Anything else you care to share today?
We know people who are interested in art.
We do. I should have invited some art historians or art theorists on to talk with me today. Because really today, if you have any questions you've ever wondered, please save them for half an hour or so. And I've got some topics in mind to talk about, but past that, I got, basically nothing. For instance, you do like 6 endings of Stanley Parable and stop. Yeah, there are a lot of possible endings. And I'll talk about this more later in the stream, but what I love about Stanley Parable is the kind of commentary on the possibility of choice in video games. Recognizing that even games that give you seemingly unlimited choice do still have limitations of what you can do. And so there's kind of balance between freedom in a game and having some structure in the game. I think it's an interesting kind of design choice that I have no idea how to think about. I can imagine myself as a game designer making the game way, way, way too structured. No, I want you to play it this way. You stay on those rails, good rails. Where this game asks a lot of questions about what do you want to do, actually. That's kind of cool. So, all right. I guess it's time.
The ad is in progress.
The ad is in progress, but I think we need to get to it. So, Noms, what are you going to do today?
I'm going to finish my bagel that I wasn't allowed to finish.
Before stream began, Noms was eating a nice little bagel with cream cheese, and then it was time for talking, and I have a rule on stream, which is no eating during stream. Mouth noises upset some viewers quite a bit, and they upset me. Upset in like the minimal sense, not like, oh, I'm enraged, but like upsetting a teacup. Yeah, I don't like listening to people eat unless I'm eating also. Do you have this at all?
No.
Really?
I listen to people eat all the time. There are always people eating in my presence when I'm not eating.
Like,
this is common.
People bring their meals to your meetings?
Sometimes, but then in the Zoom era, it's really quite common for people.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, usually they mute themselves. But
I mean, I know when it's time for my 9 p.m. sandwich, I usually chow down on that, and you don't really eat during the same time. But you always get a bite out of the second row, the best part of the sandwich. The part where the mayonnaise is nicely, etc. Yeah, look at that. Everyone is saying it's a terrible thing to have mouth noises, except maybe Axix enjoys it. Axix, please sign up now for Resorty Fans, the #1 site to enjoy my various sounds, including the gulp 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 of drinking water and the gnashing of teeth on a hard piece of wood. Very good. All right. So, here we go.
Yeah.
Noms, have a great day.
Okay.
If you want to stop by at some point and just chit chat, I would absolutely love it.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll see you a little later.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye, my friend.
Bye.
Goodbye, Noms. All right. You have misophonia and become enraged at those noises. That's exactly what other viewers have said, is they have misophonia, and that kind of noise isn't just unpleasant or disgusting, but instead, like, viscerally upsetting, viscerally angering. And I don't have that experience myself. Mouth noises don't really bother me, but I know they really bother some viewers, especially in a case like this where there's really nothing else to listen to. And so if you hear the sound of lip smacking, it's just the sound of lip smacking. All right, my friends, it's time to change screens. Let me make sure I've set up correctly. One moment. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. All right, behold, we're playing a little game called the Stanley Parable. And so, Blue Moon, it's good to see you. Actually, factually, I have not set up the sound settings for today because we're playing a brand new edition of Stanley Parable, and I don't actually know if anything is different in the beginning of the game. So I haven't gone through the opening menus and such. So it might be incredibly loud, in which case we'll definitely change the volume settings. Don't you worry, we'll find it just right before the end of today's stream. I hope. We'll see. We'll see. Can we do the sign of silence one more time? All right, we can do that before we get things started. That's nice. Is that nice? I think it's nice. All right. And at any point, you can mute the game, or the stream. At any point, I will not be offended at all. And so here we go with pushing some buttons. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? I'm going to say yes, and I actually don't know what this question does, but I'm not going to be a deceitful person today. So, please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. All right, so I can see it right now. Let's adjust that slider. That's quite bright. That is quite dark. So I never know what barely visible means. Like, if it's the first point at which I can distinguish there's something there, that's like here. At the first point at which I can distinguish that it's a computer, so I know it's a computer, and so it looks like a computer to me. But if you didn't tell me the computer, I could not pick it out as a computer. So we'll go up a little bit more. And this is not just a shtick for stream. Like, genuinely, every time I ever do this kind of thing on any game ever, I just get confused about what they're asking me for. The first point I can distinguish the item, but I know it's a computer, it helps. The same problem, exactly. Hopefully eventually there's like some auto scanner. Like, I can have my iPhone say where to be set. That'd be absolutely perfect. All right, that seems good enough. Hey, Pepper, thank you for gifting us up to Calibum. Calibum, it is good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely day. Pepper, thank you for the generosity. I really appreciate that a lot. You often leave in the middle despite things being quite visible. So to be honest with you, if I ever play any game that might even be a little bit scary, I definitely go ahead and do one of these. I'm absolutely fine admitting it. I'm absolutely fine saying that I just will not play games in complete darkness. And so little scary monsters that should be barely visible, I can see quite well, and that is totally fine with me. We'll pick there. It probably does not matter for our playthrough, but we'll see. All right. Please enter the current time. Is this the path to us being doxxed? We'll see. It is currently 8:35 a.m. here. So 8:30. Okay, can we type? We can't type. We're already learning to be obedient. We're already learning to do what the game tells us to do. Done. Accessibility settings can be accessed to the main menu. That's very kind. We want to make sure that the closed captioning is on. That does matter a lot. Hello. It's good to be here again. I wish I'd compared the opening screen of this game versus the opening screen of the original Stanley Parable. I'm guessing there are some differences somewhere, but I'm not exactly sure where they'd be. So let's check settings for accessibility and such. So subtitles are indeed on. What size are they? I'm going to make them as big as possible for you all. So very, very large. And reticle. I know reticles can help with people who have motion sickness while watching first-person games. So I will turn that on for you also. And hopefully it does not ruin the fun too much. All right, low dexterity mode. Oh, that's really cool. I gotta say, I absolutely love games that have these kind of changes. Even if I don't want to use the settings myself, I absolutely love the movement towards inclusion in video games. Because yeah, it's awesome to play the stories, it's awesome to experience content, especially if one previously wouldn't be able to do so. Like, a game like Mario on the Nintendo, right? If you can't push buttons quickly enough, you just die. So I really like these things quite a bit, especially for people like me who have trouble telling blue and black apart. All right. You'll probably notice that I am stalling, but that's how it goes. But first, let's go ahead and enjoy a little bit of the beginning of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
Buttons.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I see y'all saying turn the volume up.
Day,
It's intentional.
Peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, so I can recap that it was too quiet. It's intentionally quieter than I normally play the game for reasons you'll discover in a few minutes. If I can just have the narrator voice a little bit louder, I will do that. Okay, so I'm going to turn everything else down and then turn the game sound up. Music is fine, whatever. But sound effects needs to be at a reasonable level or we will have definite problems. By which I mean my head will explode. All right, let me turn the game main slider up then. Like I said, I didn't have a chance to figure out settings because of it being a brand new game. I didn't want to miss anything. Hello, Kane. How's it going? You felt that way when you moved to work at home? I absolutely understand that. But it's the moment of freedom, right? So Stanley spends time at a desk pushing buttons, and now he has nothing to do. What to do with this newfound, what's the word? It's freedom. We can look around. We can see things. We can, for the first time, leave our desk? What's this say? It says, I hate Mondays. Is it a Monday? I don't know what day it is, but, what do we find here? Other people's offices, they're empty. Where are people?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm
Stanley
so
decided
confused.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Going to the meeting room. Also, the mouse is slightly more sensitive than I want it to be for reasons we'll get to in a bit. Can I lower mouse sensitivity? Camera sensitivity. Are they the same thing? Probably are. Move it down by one step or so. Okay. That seems better. So we're going to the meeting room. That's what Stanley is doing. Anybody? Hello? Hello? Where's my old buddy? Where's the red stapler? Okay, no one's here right now. Over here. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful leaf. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On the left? Is Stanley free? Or is Stanley following someone else's orders? Stanley is free.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Oh.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh yeah, employee lounge sounds nice. Whoa, look at the lounge.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
What a lovely room. What peacefulness. What quiet. And cold drinks, too. I can't use the cold drink machine.
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Back to work we go. Gotta find our co-workers, etc.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, this door on the left. Maybe we could go there. What would be there? Oh no, light too bright. We are surely nyctophobic. No, not nyctophobic. The other one. We're afraid of the light, not drawn to the light. So, what's this way?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How dare you? Alright, we find ourselves not on the correct path, but... Oh wow, the loading bay. There are no workers here. There's no one moving the boxes. If only I can move the boxes. Well, let me go over there and see if I can move some boxes. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Do I dare use the cargo lift? I think we will. What's here?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really?
$6,000 gone.
Something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Alright, so the narrator wants to show something beautiful. I'd like to see something beautiful too. Friends, will we find something beautiful down this way? I bet we will. Ooh, looking for beauty. Looking for beauty. Oh, is there beauty down here? Beauty straight ahead?
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Important.
Stanley walked through the red door.
There's beauty in the red door? There's also beauty in freedom. There's beauty in choosing your own path. I wonder what's behind the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red. You may have heard that this game has accessibility settings for those who have trouble with colors. I forgot to turn those on, so this must be the red door. The red door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Oh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
The triangle goes into the square.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this
Yes.
road?
Yes, I do.
Well, don't let me stop you.
What is out here? Is it beauty? Is it... Oh! It's the void. How can we go here?
You see? There's nothing here.
Oh, no.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Oh, no.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
It's okay.
I don't think I put a lot of time into that.
I'm sorry.
And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Yeah.
Skill trees?
Oh, yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
All right.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
All right. So we got the meeting room door. We got the lounge door. And a new door. 3 doors are better than 2 doors.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
What do you think, friends? How good did it feel to have not 2, but 3 choices? Was it not so good? Was it somewhat good? Was it neither good nor bad? Was it mostly good? Or was it excellent to have 3 doors? How much do you enjoy having more doors? Hello Volo, hello Ramrod, hello Daigle, hello Zelion. Thank you all for voting, I appreciate it. 50% better. Oh, I felt pretty good. Mediocre, really. Hello Slivers, hello Spracknell, Ice Cream Man, hi. Good to see you all sincerely. 0, there is no 0. Okay, for me, it felt good, but I would have benefited from even more, I think. I think I know what I really need. Let's see if he agrees. We'll see what happens. It's okay.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion.
Whoa!
You know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Okay.
To be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Let's see what the game needs. Oh. Oh, yes. Lots of doors open. Someone's beaten the game in 2 seconds? I must be towards the top here. I must be... Oh, no. Oh. 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 I am the worst ever. Why not ask friends for help? I have no friends. Oh. Oh. Could I not move the camera up and down quite so much? I'll see what I'm worse than a dead rat? Oh. I'll see what I can do, but unfortunately my camera movement is kind of just happens automatically. I'll try though. I'm embarrassed now. What will we do with ourselves, being the worst in the entire world? Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I think I want to be better. I think I want to keep climbing the leaderboard. I think I'm interested in finding some way to be the very best. Now, I think at the very top there were some absolutely terrible cheaters, some people who must have hacked the game. So I can never be the very best. Okay, it makes you want to curl up in a ball and not try anymore. Okay, so Dogberry's a 1. I feel so attracted to more. Make you feel worse if you don't measure up. Oh man, okay. Better, worse? I want to be the very best like no one ever was. You better believe it. Everyone else are obviously hackers. Yeah, the people who are worse than me are absolute noobs. The people better than me, clearly no lifers. I am the only person who plays the game enough. All right. We're kind of split on this one. Some of us are 1s, some of us are 3s, or some of us are 5s. Let's say that evens out to a 3 or so.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
A new game?
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I would love to play a new game.
Boot it up.
Are you all ready for the new game?
In this game, the baby crawls left
Baby?
towards danger.
Left?
You click the button to move him back to the right.
Oh.
When he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game.
Meaning?
All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Okay.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Okay.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay. So, save the baby from the fire 4 hours, and we'll understand what art is. All right, friends, welcome to our April 1st stream. Oh, we gotta save the baby. Oh, we gotta find a way to save this baby. Ooh-wee. All right, my friends, we need a couple things to help us do this particularly well, or else or else. So, number 1, we need a countdown. Gotta know how many minutes have passed, how many hours have passed. Let me get... Did I close it? I can't have closed it. I may have accidentally closed my timer thing. Have I ever failed? I have not. I have not ever failed in this. This will be our 6th year of doing this. Pardon me briefly while I set up a new timer, because we can't do this without a timer, clearly, or else it'll get very, very stressful. So Google timer good. This amount of time good. Stop that. Cool. We're going to I can't believe I closed it. I spent a long time before stream setting this all up, and then... Are we good? You're not capturing? Oh no. Oh no. Anything we can do to limit the next little bit is probably for the best. Is this it? There we go. Okay. A little bit large. Just going to make it a little bit smaller. Down in the corner there. Oh, the color should be the other direction. That's fine. You'll be able to figure out what it says there. I need to pad the right side, though, because it's a little strange there with a white line. Okay, so filters, prop pad, right side. We'll go to 270, 290. Oh, still there a little bit. Let's try 300 or so, 400 or so. There we go. All right, no more white line. Great. And actually, I set it at 4 minutes or 4 hours and 30 seconds. Cool. We'll get to that in a minute. Also, it's going to be a little bit lonely just playing with a baby and playing with a fire. And so I think we need some background music. I put together a really important playlist for you. A playlist I think you're going to enjoy a whole lot, just to aid in the comfort, aid in the enjoyment of today's playthrough. So I'm going to start the playlist. Today, we'll also have at the very top of the stream a little line going across, telling you what song is playing in case you're curious, telling you also what kind of music is coming up real soon. So, may not be the best VOD to sleep to. I will excuse you for the day if you need to. All right, here comes the music. All right, very good. Let's go and get the now playing, next playing going. I like a song. Do you like a song? It's a pretty good song. It's a great song. It's a really great song. Have a nice minute. All right, we got a timer. We got some music. There's nothing else to do. There's no more time to waste. It begins. The once a year Stanley Parable baby ending, art game ending, speedrun? Absolutely we'll speedrun this thing. Alright, so we have 30 seconds to begin. Push this button. Put this here so I can see what's happening. Good. 20 seconds. Oh, best of luck, everybody. Any questions you've ever had, it is the time for them. If the volume's too loud, too soft, we'll figure it out together. But goodbye, horses. I'm crying over you. Goodbye, horses. Here we go. The standard place to begin in this playthrough is we have 3 friends here. We have 3 new friends that will be hanging out with us for the remainder of today's stream. Our friends are the red button. Our friends are the baby. Our friends are the fire. And so, my friends, we need some names. We'll start with the baby. Obviously, that little cutie over there with the big smile, the lovely diaper. I realized just now, this game first came out in 2013. So that baby is at least 10 years old now, but probably much, much older. I wonder who that baby is. I wonder if that baby is actually credited in the credits. If we could find that baby and invite them on stream to talk some time. So what names do you like? for our friend the baby here. We got the idea of a Doctor Who reference. Call it Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All. Huh. That's a name. I need it to be a quick name I can say in just one breath, but Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All. Thurl Ravencroft. If I'm gonna call it Thurl Ravencroft, I need to spend the entire stream talking down here. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Call it Dward Farknard. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Call it Mr. Board Games for a toddler who will never ever die. I love it. I am Dar. Hello, my friend. I am Dar. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I am Dar. Thank you for that resubscription for sure. Maybe Sisyphus. That's a good name. Call it Wesper Kanja. Jane. Wait. Dogberry, what is Wesper Kanja? Nam Zordi. That's very, very sweet. Call it Stinky. I'm actually somewhat amazed that no one has said the name we always choose. There we go, Pepper. Pepper says the baby should be called Kevin. Kevin. Good King Moogle Mog the 7th. These are great names. They're all great names, sure. Deca Baby Gone. It has many sides. Many sides for a baby. Can't include the name Gone, though, because if the baby is gone, then that will indicate that we're going to lose. Lazarus, in honor of our music, surely. Or Lazarus is the name of the person who has died and raised again. Again, can't imply it's going to die. Hey, Jewel Listy, it's awesome seeing you, sincerely seeing you today. Thanks for your message on Discord. I'm so glad you're in our community, and thank you for the Prime sub, really. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and choose a name of relevance to the current playthrough, which is Oxygen Not Included. And so this is going to be Baby Meep. Baby Meep wins this time. We always want a name to inspire us, to encourage us, to ensure that we take care of it in the same way we take care of our duplicates in Oxygen Not Included. And much like the duplicates in Oxygen Not Included, Baby Meep here is attempting to die, attempting to find himself into a very unfortunate place, and we are the only one who can ensure that Baby Meep does not wind up trapped, suffocated, its body heat rising too much, etc., etc., etc. So, number one, the baby will be called Baby Meep. Number two, friends, on the left-hand side there, you will see a truly realistic and frankly terrifying fire. Incineration. Oh, how it burns. The little baby goes down, down, down into a ring of fire. Something, the flame rises higher. I shouldn't do lyrics to songs I can't ever quite remember. So, what do you think? What should we call the fire today? Also, those of you who have children, I'm so sorry. For me, this is a ha 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 funny that happens occasionally. This is a ha 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 funny we do once a year. But for some of you, this is your actual factual life. For some of you, this is what life is like every single day. This sure is something. So it will actually change in 2 hours' time. If we keep this up for 2 hours, the game will become different. And at that point, I will have a brief moment of, oh no, oh no, oh no. And you will surely enjoy the terror. We can call it Kevin. The fire name can be called Weddy, Slime Lung, Food Poisoning in the Water Bucket. Food Poisoning in the Water Bucket is a great name for a fire, especially keeping Baby Meep alive. Now, Food Poisoning in the Water Bucket is a relatively long name, unfortunately. I need a name of no more than 2 syllables, or else I'll have some trouble. Call it Tato Chip? I enjoy that, for sure. The fire could be Kevin. Alright, in honor of the always popular Kevin name, we'll call that one Kevin. So as of right now, Baby Meep is heading endlessly towards Kevin. And we think that Kevin wants to lovingly embrace Baby Meep, but we suspect that Kevin may have ulterior motives. And those ulterior motives may, in fact, be to burninate the baby. We can't have that. Actually, 4 hours, you are crazy. It's true, it's true. This is our 6th time doing this. Surely we learned everything there is to learn the first time through. and unfortunately at this point, we're going to try to learn again. Maybe on the 6th time through, we'll have a new understanding of what art is, and that'll be good. Hello Lemke, you just got here, what is going on? I'm attempting to destroy my channel, which I have lovingly curated over the past 7 years, by putting out the most absurd and terrible content, which guarantees that people will choose to follow and hang out with us. More seriously, we are hanging out, having a Community Appreciation Day, in which we chit-chat and enjoy ourselves, and that is really, really lovely. Am I going to do this for 4 hours? No, I'm going to do this for 2 hours, and then we'll do something else. And we're going to save that something else for a little later. I don't want to spoil the fun for those who've not seen it before, but the game becomes much more complex. The game becomes a real commentary on the dangers to us, not only of the natural environment, but also of people. Not only is the natural environment with its flames dangerous for us, but also machines, technology is dangerous for us. And we'll see how that goes in about 2 hours' time. But as always, if you're someone who does not enjoy this, does not find it funny or fun, we'll see you tomorrow for sure. Hey, Axix, thanks for gifting a sub over to Smule. Do enjoy. Thank you so much for the generosity, for sure. Now, my friends. Now, at this point, friends, we have a third character I would like to introduce in today's playthrough. On the right-hand side, you see that Baby Meep is endlessly marching along. I think every single year I ask, does anyone have a guess of which, clip art or photo company provided the image of Baby Meep there? I like to imagine that it's one of the developers' kids, and they caught them in, the most perfect moment, smiling cherubically. But I also wonder if there's, some photo site that it was taken from instead. Quick Ben, no worries, have a good day, see you again soon. And Kelly Bum, I know you took off a bit ago, hope you're doing well. I never, ever expect anyone to watch this. Maybe from Getty? Maybe. We should try to find Getty. I've actually considered writing to Crows, the people who made this game, to learn more about this particular ending. So if you've not played Stanley Parable, I really and sincerely encourage it. There is quite a bit more to this game than just what you're seeing here. This is an ending that I suspect was added as a joke. To get here, as you saw, we had to do a lot of silly things, had some very silly interactions with the narrator. I kind of do wonder if this is an ending that was put in with the thought okay, almost no one's going to do it. And indeed, it is the case that almost no one does this ending. Before I did it 7 years ago, I could only find one person who'd ever streamed it. And his name is, what is it? Future Man Gaming. Future Man Gaming is the name of the person who did it first on Twitch. That said, as I comment every single year, he had his girlfriend/wife take over for a while in the middle. And I want to say, shenanigans. I'm sure I'm not the only person to have ever done it solo at that point. But I believe I was the first person to ever stream doing it solo. Oh,
keep it up, Stanley.
Thank you.
3 hours and 45 minutes left to go.
That's great. So our timer may be off by 5 minutes, because narrator said 3 hours and 45 minutes. We show 3:50 right now. Maybe we have a time distortion field over here in Japan. But, like I was saying a bit ago, there are lots and lots of different endings in this game, and the game really is a thoughtful exploration of game design, of choice in games. You do not have to do this kind of nonsense in most endings. Most of the endings, most of the play really is walking and listening and thinking. It is a game that, in my view, is philosophy and perhaps art, that we'll talk more about that later. It's a game that really pushes beyond the boundaries of what games often are. It's in the genre often called walking simulator. As you see, we are doing a lot of walking back and forth. The main reason I'm actually walking back and forth is not to cause motion sickness, but just so I don't get overly comfortable, because I need to consistently remember to move my body or my body parts will start falling asleep. If you were here last time we did this, 2 years ago, you will be aware that, at the end of last stream, I nearly passed out. Because it was my, 4th or 5th stream with a standing desk, and I locked my knees the entire time. And I felt so sick and so terrible all the way through. And it was really, really rough. Hello, brother! How's it going? For 1 whole year, you forgot I do this for self-torture. It's true. I do this for you. I do this for art. I do this for all the kids out there. You know, when I think about the future, what I think is humanity needs people who make sacrifices, not for themselves, but for future generations of people. You know why we're doing this, friends? We're doing this for baby Meep over there. Baby Meep there deserves more. Deserves a world that's not just full of flames, but instead is full of people who are thinking and challenging and working to make a better world for the kids. That's how it goes. Panic Games, how you doing? Is Art a nice guy? Is Art a nice guy? I mean, I enjoy his music. That song about bridges over troubled waters. Surely Art's a great guy in that sense. But Art is wonderful, for sure. Lethal Experiment, how's it going? What are we actually doing? Exclamation point, what is? For a quick run through today's stream. A quick run through what this game is. And yeah, I'm glad you're here. And if you don't want to be here, that's okay too. For sure, for sure. Hey, Slivers, thank you for gifting a sub to Panic Games. I appreciate it. I appreciate it quite a bit. But yeah. Oh, I was in the middle of saying, I'm sorry. We have a third character to name. We have over there Baby Meep. We have over there Kevin the Fire. And the third figure in our game so far, and I do say so far, is the red button. The red button needs a name. The red button is with us and ensuring that we can save the baby from the fire. So, my friends, what should we call the red button? I wish I remembered prior years' names. I think every single year we do this, I say to myself, gosh, we're going to write down the names and recite the names so we can remember all those babies and fires and buttons that have been with us before. And I never remember to do so. Bury the button. That is very nicely alliterative. Bury the button is pretty good. Unfortunately, the word bury, the name bury, reminds me of bury, B-U-R-Y, meaning to put into the ground. And so I can't have it be bury the button, or we'll soon be burying the baby. Call it free will. Yes, that's the important thing. I am doing this to myself. We can call it Beepy McBeep Beep. Hello, Mom. Beepy McBeep Beep. If only it made a beeping sound, right? It doesn't make a beeping sound here. It makes, I don't know. How do we even onomatopoeticize this sound? It's kind of a grinding sound, isn't it? Burr McBurber, Buzzy McBuzzy. Yeah. A bit ago, a person asked the question, Resorty, are you actually listening to the game sound? I am. And I'm listening to it the exact same volume that I listen to game sound every day. I did not make it quieter here. And I can prove it by, how can I prove it? Wah, 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 etc. I hope it helps. I hope it helps. You're pressing the red button named red button. Use mention distinction. Confusing. I'm upset now. Grinding McGrind. It's too long. We could call the red button blue. Now, while it's the case that you are delightful in choosing a name that's ironic and a little bit off, the one name I will not accept is Blue Button. What's the occasion for this? Layer 8 issue. Happy April 1st here in Japan. Now, April 1st is not celebrated as April Fool's Day here in Japan, but it is indeed a day of celebration of pranks and silliness in the US of A, where I'm from. And so we do this every year as a silly thing to do, but what I love most about it is there really is nothing to talk about, not even a little bit. Like, usually while playing video games, I comment on what's happening, what I'm seeing, what we're doing, etc., etc. And this time, it's just chit-chatting with you all. Just this time, we are hanging out and having a fun community day. So that's what's going on there. Having babysat your 10-month-old niece last week, you confirm it's pretty accurate. Yeah, last night during Indian dinner, there were these young people. When I say young people, I probably mean like 7 or 8-year-old people who were crazy, absolutely out of control, which is really, really unusual for Japan. Though it's the case that outside, young kids are encouraged to run around and have a good time. When it comes to inside in restaurants, usually people are really, really, really careful to ensure their kids don't trouble other people. And so it's really unusual to hear them yelling and causing problems. And then Noms caught it. Noms listened to them and to their parents. The parents? Native English speakers. So Noms immediately judged them to not be proper Japanese children and to be Westerners ruining our Japanese happiness. But usually during Indian dinner, we hang out and have conversation for an hour or two often. Have a couple drinks, sit back, talk about the week, talk about the weekend ahead. We spent some time talking about the stream, of course. And we actually got out of there quite fast yesterday because it was just not pleasant. And like the kids were running into the wall. There's like a little half-wall divider between the area of the restaurant where people sit on the floor and the area of the restaurant where people sit at tables. And we were on one side of that wall, and the kids were on the other side slamming into it over and over again. And I was actually a little surprised that the restaurateur and the waiters didn't say anything at all to the kiddo and or the kiddos. So it was an unpleasant time. Noms jokingly said we should never go back here again, but that would be to ruin a possible place to go on date nights, and we can't do that. Hello to employee 432. Thanks for the follow. You're one of my coworkers? No. It must be a lie. Clearly our coworkers are all missing. The only coworkers we have now are Baby Meep and Kevin the Fire, and then the button. We still have not chosen a name for the button. There's a request for a poll for the buttons, a button's name rather, and of course the case that I can't set up a poll right now. I'm unable to do that myself. So if one of the mods wants to pick a few of the names from chat and make a poll out of it, I'd appreciate it. If not, I'll pick a name kind of randomly. That said, I'm unwilling to have the name Blue Button. It will confuse me, and I cannot be confused at a certain point in this game. So no Blue Button allowed. Fixing glasses. I should also mention, in a little bit here, I'm not going to fix my glasses anymore. And if that happens, if I cannot fix my glasses, they probably will fall off at some point. Luckily, I'm the kind of glasses needer who is able to see large patches of color decently. And I think I'd see the red button. We'll see. Also, at some point I'm going to call for Noms or hope she stops by, because I meant to get myself a glass of water before we started, because I'm going to need to have a sip of water in about an hour and 40 minutes or so. Look at that, Fred. We're through 20 minutes already. Can you believe it? Board games, you're able to see large blurry objects also. Yeah, so like after I've showered and like brushing my teeth and don't have my glasses on yet, Noms will often come by and talk to me. And occasionally she'll make a joke or be sarcastic. And I actually won't be able to tell if she's joking because I can't see her face. Or can't see the particulars of her face. I can see the large blob that is Noms. Alright, I will choose a name. Because Pepper does not feel like polling today. That's okay, Pepper. Call the button silent because it's not silent. I actually like that name. That's a funny name. Normally we do not name things after people in channel. Because that is unfairly calling them out. And also like picking someone out of the herd. And other people say like, why is the button called Silent? Why is the button not called Jim? Why is the button not called Dogberry? Etc. So we're going to call the button Noms. Hello.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
Hello.
So I have a request. You may have heard me say I have a request for you.
Oh, what's up?
At some point in the next hour and 30 minutes, would you mind bringing me a glass of water?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Call it Noms Hello. So we've talked about the baby so far. You want to come on the screen a little bit more?
Oh yeah, hi.
Yeah. Hello. I don't actually know where you are because I intentionally suppressed the video for myself. So the baby is named Baby Meep.
Baby Meep.
The fire's named Kevin the Fire. And then we haven't picked a name yet for the red button.
Oh.
And the red button here needs a name. People offered a lot of good names.
Oh yeah?
And so I would like to know, what do you think, Dom? If you had to name a red button, what would you name the red button? Are we being too rhythmic in the button pressing? Pretty sure like a dance mix, some EDM.
That's what I'm enjoying.
That's good. Yeah, the back of the backing of Q Lazarus is nice. I look forward to seeing what song comes on next. I'm really enjoying this song, Q Lazarus, but next up will be some other song.
Oh really?
Sure. Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, well, that'll
Must be,
exciting.
absolutely. Always good songs. So yeah, next hour and a half or so, would you mind grabbing a glass of water?
Sure.
'Cause I need to take a big sip of water at the changeover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What name would you like for this right here?
Gina.
Why are we calling the red button Gina?
I don't know. It's the first name that came to mind.
That's great.
Well, because Kevin is a stereotypically male name. Meep is I don't know. So I thought I can't give it another stereotypical boy name.
That's nice. All right,
Name it Pat, if you like.
Pat's nice. Oh, I actually like the name Pat because we are patting the button.
Punch.
Patting. It's punching. I don't know. I think of what's his name? Stanley. Reaching out and touching it gently, patting it. But would you push the button gently, or would you ram it instead?
I'd probably slap it.
Thank you. I see that on the left-hand side of the screen over there.
Yeah.
There's been a tip, and I can't read anything about it. So would you mind reading out? It's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh yes, 4Com5 donated $10 dues.
All right, real quick, 4Com, thank you very much indeed for the generosity. That means the world.
But there's words.
There's words also.
This is the greatest content ever. Please adopt this format forever.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we should stop being a strategy streamer. We could stop being a person who thinks about storylines in games, and just and only do this for the rest of our days. 24/7, baby ending. I love it. I love it.
Baby Meep sure seems happy.
Baby Meep's a happy baby, but why is Baby Meep crying? Why is Baby Meep crying? The smile, the noise makes no sense.
It doesn't actually even sound like crying anymore. It sounds like part of the song.
See, I love this. Okay, so at the point that you start singing along, we'll call it, at the point at which you add your wailing, it suddenly sounds like something very different again. Hey, Silent!
Yes.
Silent, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. That means the world sincerely. Prepper Jack.
I can read it.
Oh, I feel like you. I really appreciate it.
Yes. Prepper Jack, Cal, Icarus, Black to Blue, and Spieleklex.
That's lovely.
Please enjoy your emotes.
Absolutely right.
And no ads.
And no ads. You fine folks, thank you for being here. Silent, thank you for supporting the channel with some gift subs on this, the most happy of happy days forever. Would you mind pushing up my glasses? Thank you. I appreciate it. Very, very kind.
Oh, you're gonna have to get one of those little sport things that hold your glasses onto your head.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, maybe next year I should get that like sport strap.
Yeah.
And then I should also get a
beer.
Exactly what I was thinking. I should get one of those like beer hats so I can a quick bit of water real quick as I'm streaming. Or I could just use beer. That'd be a great way to have things. Oh,
you're in it for the long haul.
It's true.
Although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over.
Of course not.
Which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-play test analysis.
Yes. All right. So, yeah, obviously we are already feeling the art a little bit. We have not discussed any art so far. M. Brady X, it is so good to see you, my friend. Does someone have an aesthetics question? That is the question. At some point today, we'll discuss what is the meaning of art. I look forward to seeing how that goes. Oh my goodness, Silent. Thank you for 5 more gift subs.
Would you like me to read them?
So I saw the pep
No,
in 1 second. Yeah, I want to comment something and then I'll definitely ask you to use your best radio announcer voice, which you've been doing. I've been quite impressed with that. Oh, Axix, thank you for the 5 gift subs also.
Now we're running out.
Oh boy,
gosh.
the chat keeps going. Silent, thank you. Earlier, Pepper jokingly said that Silent is trying to buy the name of the button for themselves. And I love this idea so much. But no, the name is settled as Gina.
Or I thought you wanted Pat.
I wanted Pat, but then you rightly said that we're not just patting the button. Probably we're pushing it lovingly, we are stroking it, we are hammering it with our fist at times based on how we're feeling. And so Gina it is. So Axix, thank you. Silent, thank you. Nam, do you want to read some of that? Oh, well, never mind.
now Pepper Unga has gifted 5.
Pepper MG, thank you for the generosity also. Those of you who gotten emotes and such, enjoy. I'm sorry you're not getting a personal message from me about, like, congratulations to you on being selected. But thank you all for your generosity on our happy celebration day. And you want as many people as possible to suffer, no ads allowed. Yeah, I wonder if today ads actually function as a respite, as a place to escape from this terrible, terrible sound. I love it. I love it. Pepper, thank you. Axix, thank you. Silent, thank you. All of you, thank you for being here. And I'm always amazed. Like, every single time we do the stream, I have a moment where I think, this is the end of the stream. This year, people will decide they're not hanging out and having fun. This year, they're going to say, nope, going to watch an Oni streamer. Or, in the case of Pepper, going to watch more poker streamers. I'm always absolutely delighted that anytime Pepper will post a picture of his computer screen, there's always the Resorty channel open, but then on another screen there's always like some World Series of Poker, and I often assume that Pepper has muted ours and is like fully locked in on what's happening in Pokerville. Rube, thank you for the 500 bits also. I'm glad you're part of our community. Thanks for being here, for sure. Alright, it is time for the first big question of the playthrough. Nam, do you ready for the first big question?
Oh, I had a question, actually.
Oh, you go for your question first. Absolutely.
You do realize that's a picture of a baby and not a real baby.
How dare you? How dare you?
It even has, like, Scotch tape on it.
Scotch tape? No. This is a high-quality rendering. Well, not even rendering, right? Rendering is representational talk. That's an actual baby. Next year, tell me that when I'm playing Oxygen Not Included, that's not real oxygen. Or when I'm playing RimWorld...
It's not included.
When I'm playing RimWorld, those aren't real bullets flying across the screen. I think this baby needs to be saved, right? This baby needs to be saved in the same way I would save an actual baby who's crawling toward the fire. We can talk about that a little later. We talk about Peter Singer. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Have we talked about Peter Singer on prior years?
I mean, if the baby is wanting to go toward the fire, why are you stopping him?
I know, this game is all about freedom. This game is about making one's own choices wherever they lead you. And definitely we are refusing the baby's choices. So were we the narrator, we would say, the baby returned to the right side of the screen. The baby returned to the right side of the screen. The baby, etc. And the baby continues using its freedom over and over again. Yeah, maybe the baby's being forced forward, right? That little bouncing piece of wood there is bouncing along nicely. Can't let baby die for sure. Game Merchants, good seeing you. Hello, other Silence. Hello to Silent Sin. La Vecchia Signora, I love that you have your I am muted little chat icon. Now people can mark whether they are engaging with the stream non-visually or non-auditorially. And I know that some streamers attempt to make their content more accessible by having like closed captioning. I've not tried that yet, in part because the few I've watched tend to be quite inaccurate.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that garbled closed captioning is better than no closed captioning. But I really want to make like high quality output, and I don't know how to improve that. And then some people do without visuals, and so some streamers are, I guess, especially careful if they know they have a viewer like that. I guess viewer is not the right word. If they have an engager like that who is unable to see, to describe not just what they're feeling, but also what they're seeing. And that's pretty cool. Hey, there's an ad coming up in a moment here, my friends. Enjoy the 3 minutes of freedom from the baby noises, the button noises, the fire noises.
Except for Brother.
Brother, do enjoy your emotes and such
And the crying.
And the crying. So much crying forever and always.
This is like last night at the Indian place.
I actually told that story already.
Ah.
And I told the part of the story where you whispered across the table, native English speakers, indicating that children are the problem.
What?
The parents of the problem, that they did not raise their children correctly. Yep.
Isn't it always?
I mean, maybe. I don't know how to blame. I don't know how to blame parents or kids, but I think there's definitely different norms of attending to children between Japanese parents and adult parents, etc. Dogberry is curious how many of the ads were for Tetris. So honestly, I've not watched Twitch without a ad removing help in quite a few years, so I actually don't know what ads are on Twitch these days. Because here in Japan, especially, the ads would not be targeted to me in any meaningful way. They're all quite in Japanese. So I feel kind of bad saying that, because I know that like ads, of course, are the backbone of Twitch, and I did have Twitch Turbo years ago. I'd probably get it again, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, no, of course you're always going to ask questions. While streaming this, I just go like pure stream of consciousness. In most games, I try very hard to select like what's worth saying, what will be interesting and valuable for the viewers. But here I turn on the flow so I don't stop talking. But yes.
Why do you keep moving?
Is that your question, why I keep moving?
Yeah.
So it's part of making sure that various parts of my body do not fall asleep. Remember last time around,
Yeah.
I locked my knees?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just moving everything. Because I think 3 times ago we did this, my arm began to fall asleep and I could not fix it. I think the way I actually fixed it is I locked in here and then switched hands, which feels incredibly, incredibly dangerous to me. But this is a good way to also ensure that we get the blood flowing consistently. Would you prefer I didn't move? Would you prefer that we locked in?
It's okay. I just.
I'm guessing for...
Some of us get a little motion sick.
Yeah, I'm guessing for some of you all, it might be good to have no movement. So we can do this for a little bit for sure. In a bit, though, we'll not be able to do that.
I do have a question. In terms of your water, would
Yeah.
you like a bottle with a little straw so that you can have it regularly? And or would you like a large cup? Like what kind of vessel would you like?
So a normal cup would be awesome. I'd really appreciate that. Straws and such will probably throw me off because if I try to take a drink, I can imagine that adding complexity that will cause some problems.
I see.
So we don't want to do that. And yeah, no, just a normal glass of water would be good. I can take a sip right now, and then
I can bring several glasses.
So I don't need several glasses.
You can have them lined up here.
I don't need that. Though it would be very kind in the last 2 hours if you would come by occasionally and perhaps dump some water into my gaping maw. That'd be great if so. But yeah, for right now, if you want to stay here, no worries. Does Amazon Japan have the same bundling with Twitch Prime? I actually don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, Noms has our Amazon account here. Back in the US, we each had an Amazon Prime account because we lived separately, and then by the time that we moved in together, I tried to cancel mine, and it was still active for another 12 months or something. 11 months maybe. Yeah. Do I have straws? Do we have straws here?
I mean, I have
Oh, yeah.
I have bottles.
You do have big bottles.
Plenty.
Yeah, Noms unfortunately had to leave so very many bottles back in the US. Had to sell and abandon some of her favorite water bottles. Did you bring Bobble along?
Yeah, bottles here.
Okay, would you like to bring some bottles down and show off? Is it time for some show and tell on stream?
Okay.
Thank you, Noms. We'll see you again in a little bit. We've got more questions to discuss surely. Ink, good to see you. Am I stopping this for the timer? Do you mean, does this continue until the timer hits 0? The answer is yes. If you are looking for substantial changes in today's storyline, there's not going to be one, except one little change. But yeah, the storyline today is the baby on the right is in danger, and what will I do to save that baby? That's the real question. Riveting content, I mean, I'm riveted. I'm locked in place. I'm not looking away for even a moment. Delamuka, I appreciate that you use the goals command. I definitely forgot to update the goals from Oxygen Not Included to baby game goals. I should have done that for sure. Stream of the year, I thank you. I put my best content out there. I hope as always to delight you all with my fortitude, if not the actual gaming. Thank you, Birdie. I appreciate that. Ink, you've seen people play this. Do you mean the baby game or Stanley Parable in general? As I said before, Stanley Parable is absolutely worthwhile to play. It's really a good game. I swear. Just not this part. Oh, goodness. It's just Stanley Parable in general. Yeah, we play this every year. Every year we play this game. Last year we missed it, unfortunately, but most games we do play this. Also, insofar as it's almost April now, or it is April here, we have 1 month left to go until I can say I've been streaming consistently for 1 year again. And it's not quite as impressive as streaming consistently for years and years, but doing a year of streams feels amazing. Absolutely amazing. Goal 3 and 5 are accurate for this game. Goal 3 is recruit Baby Meep. There's Baby Meep. And then also don't die. It's true. It's absolutely true to have that. I'm absolutely delighted to have Baby Meep there, being kept alive over and over again. C3PO, good seeing you. What an interesting time to join the stream. I'm glad you're here when you're here. I need to find some way to disable the follow button, disable the unsubscribe button, or else we got some problems. Hey, Kev Zero, how's it going? You're absolutely right. It is the case, Kev Zero, that we do have 2 big holiday traditions here on twitch.tv/Resorty. One of them is this game right here, and one of them is the Cannibal Santa RimWorld playthrough that continues year after year. You'll recall that last year, Cannibal Santa playthrough ended with Cannibal Santa dying because he was attacked by a wolf while looking at a different map. I'm considering resurrecting Cannibal Santa to see how it goes. Gregarious, I appreciate it a bunch. Thank you for the kindness. It means a bunch. And am I doing this as an April Fool's Day joke? Yeah. Years and years ago, I said, like, okay, what should we do for April Fool's Day? And a mod at the time, whose name I actually do not recall, I remember all the names I mod, I don't remember which one it was though, said, you could pick a really crazy thing to do. I said, okay, what are some really crazy games? Initially the idea was I could do like super fast Tetris and just lose over and over and over again. And that seemed like it would be funny for about 10 seconds or so. As I could complete the game for a minute or so, and then it would just become absolute chaos. And we talked around some more, and someone said, how about Stanley Parable? And I said, okay, sure. And so we played the Stanley Parable for a few days back in March of 2016, rather. And did a bunch of other endings, and it was really fun. And then we decided to do this ending on the April 1st, and it's been continuing every year, mostly for the past 7 years. Hello, Nomp, welcome back. I'm sorry I didn't say greet you right away. Hello.
Fritz is outside and he's kind of...
Oh, is Fritz outside? And our little orange cat, is he just sitting outside the...
Well, he was upstairs, and then he saw that something was up.
Oh, I see.
That's okay, he'll just go back upstairs.
Yeah, often little Fritz stays upstairs and sleeps during stream because he hates the loud talking, but because you're moving up and down, he's like, oh, there's excitement afoot. Maybe it's something other than ye old resorty just talking. I can't think while playing this game.
All you have to do is push a button.
Yeah, it's push a button, but it's the feeling of if I screw up, it's no big deal.
Oh, it's like when you're cutting back from 300?
Exactly. It's a very easy, repetitive action. However, it's an action that if I do not focus on, I will surely screw up. But right now, we'll just sit and do this for a while. Team Ramrod, thank you for the gift sub to Kev Zero. I appreciate it a bunch. Thank you. Gary, it's good seeing you. Do I have the achievement to not log in for however many years? Yeah, if you've never seen this game, you will be unaware that it has some absolutely amazing achievements. One of the achievements was to not log into the game for 5 years' time. I think it was called Go Outside. with the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition release, there's now an achievement to not play the game for 10 years. There's also an achievement called Don't Jump, or You Can't Jump, something like that, which I think you get if you ever push the space bar. I have not pushed the space bar yet in this game to avoid getting that achievement. So earlier there was a question of what button am I using to push the button. I'm using the E key. It is the standard button. I actually don't know if clicking will work. No idea at all. Anyway, Noms, you have a show and tell story to tell.
I brought you your water.
You did. Thank you for bringing me water.
Is that an okay way to bring you water?
This is a great way to bring me water. Thank you very, very much. It's very nice, thank you. Usually I mute my drink, but today we can't change anything.
No changes.
No changes allowed. All the same. All the same. So, Dog Bear, we did not jump from the elevator to the loading room. We fell instead. You may have noticed I waited until we were sufficiently high that we would be able to just step forward and fall down. Now, with that said, I think it's actually not possible to jump. I believe the achievement says something like, seriously, we disabled jumping. So if you push spacebar, really nothing happens. But I'm unwilling to do that right now, test it, so we'll see. All right, now, here's Noms. You'll need.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like to take over for a bit, I'll just stand over here and push the buttons.
Okay. This is a bottle.
That is a bottle.
It's a bottle.
It is a bottle. I don't know if it can be seen. I'm
really?
sure if
Yeah, it's 84 ounces is what it says.
84 ounces.
Hand wash only. Made in China.
That's
it
nice.
is the size of baby meat.
Yeah, so that is the largest of the bottles that Noms has. Am I right to say that when you see a bottle you do not have yet, you feel a strong desire to get it?
Not anymore. I don't know. Something broke when I came to Japan.
Part of it is we have a lot less cabinet space.
Yeah, and also I think like there just aren't bottles as much.
Yeah.
There aren't as many bottles in Japan.
That's true. Yeah,
It's
because
not a thing.
yeah, it's weird. Even though, and we talked about this before, you and I, Noms, even though it's the case that people here talk pretty publicly and have posters pretty publicly about the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, in the actual day-to-day practice, Japanese habits do not seem especially sustainable or environmentally friendly. Are you listening to me through the bottle?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Am I in the ocean?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really common here, people not to use reusable bottles, not to bring drinks with them to work. Instead, people will stop at the vending machine and get a whole bunch of bottled drinks every day. Now, PET bottles are recycled here. Japanese folks in general are really, really good about recycling. Thank you.
I've heard that those go into some people say those get burned up too.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be the case we have the appearance of doing recycling here, and we all spend a lot of time separating our items into different buckets based on what they are, and they all just get burned. Possibly. Yeah, but you went ahead and brought, 5 or 6 of your bottles, right?
Yeah.
And you do
including the Riz Mama bottle.
That's true, yeah. Some years back, for a birthday or Christmas, I'm not sure which, my mom gave us similar, or the same style of bottles, but in 2 different colors. And we like those. And it reminds me of Mom every time we use them. And yeah, mine's black or gray, I think, and yours is purple, I think? Lavender, yeah. It made the cut, made the culling. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I think part of it was when we'd go to stores in the U.S., hardware stores included, walking around, we would see like these huge end caps of nothing but bottles.
Yes.
And you would look at them and say, oh, there's a tiny one. Oh, there's a massive, oh, in between, I need one's 18 ounces and 20 ounces, because you never know when you need some more drinks.
Yeah, I think also because one walks everywhere here,
Yep.
it's different.
Yep.
You just don't have a car cup holder to put it into.
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right about that. We've talked about that in terms of groceries. That in the U.S., we can go to the grocery store and buy basically as much as a cart would hold.
Yeah, like, oh boy, look, these black beans are on sale.
Let's buy 14 cans.
24, a flat of 24 black beans.
Exactly right. And all
We'll eat them sometime.
And all that matters is that you can get it out to your car and load it in, and then it goes home. We're here, unless you're gonna like hire a cab, you really do carry it home yourself.
Yeah.
And so most Japanese people will shop just for a day or two at a time. They'll have some staples on hand, like rice, for instance, but as far as what they're going to eat, they decide day to day and buy day to day what they're going to get. That's so very, very different. Jim, have a good night. I will definitely say I would encourage you not to lurk on this one. Though check out the VOD tomorrow in about an hour and 13 minutes from now. And it'll be exciting, I promise. Jim, have a good one. Seriously, thanks for hanging out with us, and sleep well. Pepper, you got a big old Yeti cup, and you like it. Yeah, I was someone who didn't really use the insulated bottles at all.
No.
Until you, I think, got one for me, maybe? Or maybe I started using one of yours. And I do like them. Instead of what I do at work is I have a... yeah, you got me one, that giant blue one. I had a coffee mug that I would drink coffee out of at work, and then I would go down to the water fountain and fill it up with water and just sip out of that. Part of the reason I like that was an excuse to get up from my desk. If I have the giant bottle full of water, then I just kind of sit there and drink and never break my concentration. And it's important for me to take little breaks while working, or else I get kind of, I don't know.
Cranky.
Cranky is a good word for it. So one thing I miss is, at university, having a mailbox where things might be left for me more often.
Do you want me to leave you things in your mailbox so that you have to go check it?
No, I don't spend all day at the office here the way I did at my last school, or 2 schools ago. 2 schools ago, I spent basically every day 9 to 5 there, and then I went home and streamed for 4 hours, and that was my entire life. Root Cappy, awesome seeing you. Thank you for dropping by. Also, Root Cappy, I know yesterday you said it was a little sad that I was thinking of moving on from Oxygen Not Included. I decided overnight we'll do 1 more week of Oxygen Not Included and then get on some other games. Because of the new games I want to try, that have come out in the past few days, are being played by lots of other streamers right now, I prefer to hold on till the biggest of our friends move on. So 1 more week of Oni, and then on something else probably. But we'll see. Maybe it's an Oni Forever stream, or a baby game Forever stream. Hello.
I like the insulated cups because if you have something cold in it, it doesn't sweat.
Why don't you like the condensation? I always like it because, like, one, it reminds me that physics processes are happening everywhere, but also I like the feeling of coolness not just on my mouth, but also on my hands. Like, it's nice,
I don't like there being pools of water on my desk in case 1, it ruins the furniture, 2, in case it ruins student papers or other papers on my desk, 3, in case it ruins electronics on my desk.
These are all perfectly good reasons that I've never thought of before. I mean, student papers. I have gotten student papers wet and dirty before. And my favorite ones are when the cats will walk over them and leave little adorable cat paw prints. And then I'll draw a circle around them and write to the students a little message to you from my cat Sasha or whatever. Mm-hmm. I've definitely spilled coffee on student papers before and then given them back. And I always tell the students, this is not a sign of disrespect of your things. It's just things happen. And they're cool with it, or at least they pretend to be cool with it. Mm. So as far as like, as far as water rings on the wood, I think it's the case that the majority of my surfaces are not wood. Like this table might be wood, but it does not behave as if it's wood at least.
It's probably cardboard.
It's probably cardboard, yeah. We have a lot of IKEA things. And
which you hate.
It's not that I hate them. I think they're kind of, what's the word for it?
Aseptic.
Aseptic. Yeah, I was going to say plain and sterile and boring, but aseptic is a great word for it. Yeah, I feel like we're living in an IKEA showroom. There's not a lot of like personality here. And it is the case that both you and I are not great decorators. We're not good at thinking about what a place would look like if we hung some stuff up, etc.
Well, we can't.
Well, here we can't, sure. But even our last house, we mostly had bare walls. Wait, why is that funny?
I have to read you something. Duffy says, back in college, my cat ate my software engineering project. It took him a few bites.
Oh, goodness. I thought it was a real story. I was actually amazed that a cat would eat a paper. I mean, my cats will, like, rub their faces on papers. My cats will scratch papers, but I've never seen one eat them. That said, excellent pun. Thank you for adding some levity to the stream today.
Sasha Bear did that once to the newspaper.
Oh, that's right. There was a very strange day. We were holding a piece of paper out for Sasha to play with, because she will rub her face all over it, and she'll occasionally, like, batter it a bit. It's very cute. Very, very cute. But yeah, you held out a sheet of paper for her, and she went like that, just like a giant chomp. And I think her canines, or felines, I suppose, went straight through it. But she has never done that since, has she?
Maybe that's how she got her cat.
I hope not. Very sad story. Is the baby being protected of fire, or the fire protected from the baby? That's a great question.
Yeah.
What do you think the baby would do to the fire?
He did.
I mean, there are people who are like flame eaters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know they're often at carnivals and Ren fairs and so on. How does fire eating work? I mean, I know sword swallowing is done by like contracting or expanding one's throat muscles in such a way there's a larger passage. For example, when I chug bottles of water as fast as they can come out, that's my one party trick, I hold my throat well open and dump it on in. And so that's how swords work. Okay, you eat the oxygen. Oh. Right, I thought I'd seen fire swallowers, fire eaters pull the fire back out again. And if there's no oxygen, the fire wouldn't continue burning. But I don't know. Nam, do you know anything about this?
No.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about whether Ren fairs are in Japan, and maybe we should start them, and that will be the business that we start here.
I love it.
And we'll be rich, so rich.
Yeah, I mean,
because they like the medieval times Europe.
They do like the medieval times Europe, and there's a large culture here of dress up, a large culture of cosplay, and there definitely are people who dress up in clothes that seem of that era. Now, not quite Renaissance, but definitely old-timey. Yeah, I bet if there's not Ren fairs here, they would do very, very well.
Yeah, maybe we should open up a medieval times Tokyo. Is it a franchise? Can we be a franchisee of medieval times?
I think we could. I don't know if it's franchise or what, but yeah, it'd be a lot of fun to have a place where people can come in and dress up and enjoy ancient times, and more importantly, give us money.
Man, I bet they would come because like all the attractions are a big deal here. Like
Yeah.
Disney and Universal Studios and the immersive Van Gogh and the...
Yeah, it feels in some ways like we live in California or Florida. In the U.S., wherever you are in the country, most of the country, you have to go a decent way to find like the big resort towns. But when it comes to here, like it's relatively close by to go to Tokyo Disney and Disney Sea and so on. But I recognize we live in Tokyo, so it's like living in Anaheim or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Turkey is not popular here at all.
No, turkey is not a thing here, except it's like really expensive specialty shops. There are some turkey farms up north. I've heard about them, but yeah. Do you want to tell the turkey story?
Which turkey story? My boss's turkey story?
I actually don't know your boss's turkey story, but the Japan Thanksgiving story, which people may already know. But if not, it's fine. It's not about us, it's about the culture in general.
I don't know this.
Hey, we're nearly an hour through. We're almost 1/4 of the way through today's stream.
Hey.
Thank you for celebrating. Thank you for offering the...
Well, no one on chat is celebrating either,
Well,
so...
it takes a little while time for our
yeah,
words...
you got one A plus yes.
Popping in to say hi.
Hi.
I hope you weren't expecting more regular intervals of commentary from me, but that's not why you're here, is it? You're here for the game, for the art, for the endlessly spiraling sense of pointlessness and despair. Yes, this is what drives your every action. Keep clicking that button.
All right.
For freedom, for science, for love. Don't ever stop.
I'll keep going forever, Mr. Narrator Man. Don't you worry. We're going to figure out what the art behind the game is eventually.
Okay, so
Yeah.
One, at some later point in time, I would like to discuss why all of these computer voices are always British.
Sure.
Two, I don't know what turkey story you're talking about, but I can tell my boss's turkey story.
Let me really quickly read me in chat, but go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, and three, Pepper Unga would like to talk about candies, and I would like to talk about gummies at that point.
We can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I know Pepper's repeating a question from earlier.
Oh.
They asked me anything. It is a question I saw, but I then forgot about. So yeah, we do need to answer that question. So yeah, let's definitely get you to run through your three things. I've said it's very helpful having you here to help me out this year, because usually I just stream this straight, right?
Yeah, and then you don't answer people's questions apparently.
You're so mean. Oh, Noms. I try very hard to answer people's questions. I try very hard to engage with the oldie chatty.
Also, the other thing is you asked me to push up your glasses earlier, but you don't need your right hand right now, do you?
It's correct. At certain points, I get a little panicky about if I change anything. It's going very poorly. So, do you want to start with the question? Pepper asked, and then work off of that.
Okay, I'm like candy, turkey, British.
Okay, so. Pepper's wondering, are there any unusual Japanese candy you've come to enjoy? Because Pepper's aware that there's a whole bunch of different flavors of Twixes here. They're actually Kit Kats.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen any Twixes here.
I haven't seen any Twix.
Yeah, not even a single Twix, let alone Twixes. Yeah, that's why we haven't been to Costco yet. So maybe they have them at Costco.
Yeah. I guess we have to go to Mini Costco.
Mini Costco got to be seen. Yeah, around a Halloween even, where they do sell some small candies, even though they're not really handed out here.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing any Twixes at all in those. So yeah, Kit Kats are the ones that have lots of like weird flavors. Yeah, what are some of the flavors of Kit Kats you've seen here?
Well, yesterday, so they have a whole line of like adult Kit Kat.
Adult, oh my.
Banana Kit Kat. And their adult flavors like dark chocolate or matcha green tea, or there's one that's like, I don't know if it's wheat or something. It's light brown.
Wait, wheat flavor Kit Kats?
I think it looks, on the outside there's like a picture of grains of wheat.
That's amazing. I mean, I'll be up for
kind of tasty. Yeah.
Wait, you have them?
I've had, yeah.
I was gonna say we gotta try it.
At school, yeah.
Wheat.
And then there's also like milk chocolate.
Yeah.
There's strawberry.
Strawberry, that's true.
There's some orange flavors.
There's peach. I know we've had those. There's a question of is there Onko beans, Kit Kats?
I haven't had any.
I haven't either.
Seen them.
I wouldn't doubt if there were though, because it's such a traditional Japanese flavor that goes into basically everything. But wheat flavored Kit Kats.
I'm sure they have them at the Natty Lawson.
Yeah, so there are a lot of flavors here that people in the U.S. will often import. Partially just because like, oh my gosh, Japanese culture. But also because they are quite tasty. I never thought I would enjoy some of these flavored Kit Kats. Like peach Kit Kats strikes me as being like a weird tension. But yeah, man, that's pretty good.
But butter is a favorite.
Yes,
is a popular flavor here.
Yeah, and like it will often be designated by just a hunk of butter.
Yeah.
In the same way you'd say like a little apple. Like here, have butter flavor. I don't know if they're butter Kit Kats, but what was the thing we had recently that was butter and something?
Yeah, what was that? Was it butter and sugar? Yeah, it was a Coolish.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's these little ice cream packs that are sort of like Dairy Queen soft serve. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yeah.
Soft serve in a bag.
In a little pouch, yeah. They're called Coolish. And I like this plain vanilla one quite a bit. And last summer, when it was quite hot, we were getting ice cream almost every day because we're adults and we can make our own choices. You can't tell me what to do. But yeah, they had a butter flavor soft serve. And like, I know of butter pecan. Like, that's a flavor in the U.S.
Yeah.
But that is...
and butterscotch. You
That's
like
true.
butterscotch?
But buttersquash. I like buttersquash too. Yeah, I like butterscotch quite a bit. But these don't feel like especially buttery to me.
It
Like-
tastes buttery to me.
Like, they have hints of butter. But like, the butter Coolish was aggressively buttery flavor, I think.
Maybe.
It was not nearly as subdued as I'm used to. But who knows, who knows.
I think we're also used to salt and butter, whereas these flavors are like some sort of, maybe it's like maple and butter?
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot of maple being used.
It's like sugar and butter? Better maple than honey. Or no, that one actually was honey butter.
Oh, was it?
Honey butter is
Honey
what it
butter.
was.
Yeah, I need to take more pictures of unusual flavor combos. So I've tried very hard not to post too many things like, look how ridiculous Japan is. Look at these crazy foods. Real quick, an ad is coming. On the other side of it, you will see more of this, and that will be a bunch of fun. So thank you for hanging out, folks. Thank you for enjoying the ads. We are now 1 full hour down on the timer. Like I said, though, I'm relatively sure that the timer may be off by a few minutes, which I don't know why that would be. Maybe they've changed how the timer setup works here, because when I've done this in prior years, the timer's always been very, very close, off by 15 seconds or so, not by 5 minutes. So I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah.
Still have more to say about candy.
Absolutely. We continue the candy conversation. All very good.
What was I gonna say? Well, we've also.
Oh, wait, real quick. I set the timer for 4 hours and 5 minutes. Did I really? I thought I said for 4 hours and 20 seconds. Or 4 minutes and 1 I don't know. Maybe I gave myself 5 minutes extra time accidentally. Whoops. Go ahead now, I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
I ruin everything.
Oh boy. There's a lot of candy here that's, what is that? Pickled plum flavored?
Yes. Yeah, what's that word in, Ome, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pickled plum flavored, a flavor I did not know about at all until I came here.
And there's a lot of things that are that flavor.
And I'm, not a huge fan.
Yeah, I don't know if it's made to have with beer.
Probably.
There's a whole section of grocery stores that's basically beer snacks.
Yeah, it's like the nut section at an American grocery store.
Yeah, except
but
the nut section is supposed to be healthy.
Exactly right. And it's not just nuts, but it's like pieces of cheese with squid bits around them.
Or dehydrated fish, dehydrated meats.
Yeah,
crackers.
It's a lot of random foods that you can easily imagine eating with alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, what do they call? Otsumame, right. And so it really is like bar food to take home when you drink in your solitude by yourself.
Yes, in your small little Tokyo apartment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like every time I've looked through and said, oh, which of these sound appetizing, and not so much. That said, speaking of nuts, we've been getting these fiery pepper nuts from the local restaurant supplier store, which Noms loves so much because it reminds her of Costco, I think.
Not Costco, just warehouse stores.
Exactly. So it's the place where you can buy the largest sizes of everything locally.
Yeah, except large size in Japan equals like standard size in America.
Exactly. Where like the normal grocery stores here have very small things by comparison, because again, you're carrying them all home. But these nuts are really quite nice, and they have those spicy peppers. Szechuan peppercorns, which when you eat them, they numb your tongue a little bit. And I thought initially I would not like that, but I actually love it. And so even when we're done with the peanuts, I will just eat the Szechuan peppercorns by themselves and enjoy the little zing, and not just of flavor, but also of numbness. Is this masochism? It might be masochism.
I don't know, numbness?
Numbness.
That's not masochism.
Oh, it's not pain, right? It's anesthesia. It's the opposite of pain. Oh well. So what are some candies that we've had here that
we like the gummies quite a bit.
We do like the gummies quite a bit.
The gummy game is strong in Japan.
Yeah, and it seems like every time that we go to the store, the gummy section has some new flavor or new kind of gummy. And it's crazy how many different ways they find to make candy gummy. And what's the flavor? Ramune, is that right?
Oh, Ramune soda?
Yeah, there's a soda flavor, and it doesn't taste like any soda I've ever drank. Whatever. But you said it's a pretty common flavor here also.
I think so.
Yeah. So how would you describe that flavor other than calling it soda or Ramune?
Oh, you know what? It's blue, but it reminds me in flavor also of blue Gatorade.
Oh, okay. And blue Gatorade's flavor is blue.
Blue Gatorade, yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Arctic Blast.
Oh,
perhaps.
That's perfect. What's the name for the Mountain Dew that's blue? Because our friend.
Oh, Baja something.
Yeah, like Baja Cooler, Baja Refresher. I don't know. But one of our friends from grad school really liked that stuff. Assuming that's the one you can only get at Taco Bell.
Yeah. There's like 3 flavors that you can only get at Taco Bell. Baja Blast.
That's right. And so he would go to Taco Bell regularly just to get this drink. Oh, Baja's green. Okay.
always?
I don't know. I mean, as I said before, in Japan they draw a distinction between blue and green in a place that makes no sense to me. Does it make sense to you?
In Japan?
When you're speaking Japanese, yeah.
I don't know.
What color are traffic lights?
Blue?
Yeah, they're blue.
Aoi.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
would say aoi.
Nonsense. Yeah. Absolute nonsense. All right, very good. But yeah, our friend in grad school would go to Taco Bell and like not really order tacos, or order a taco just to say he's going to Taco Bell for tacos, and then sit there and drink big gulp size after big gulp size of.
Oh yeah.
Of
Big
this.
Gulp is a 7-Eleven thing, and there's so many 7-Elevens here, but they don't have any Big Gulps.
Yeah,
So
no.
sad.
They're gonna have no Slurpees.
Yeah.
Not even a little
no
bit.
Ices, yeah.
No ices. Yeah.
7-Eleven is a different bag of.
Yeah, it's like a mini
Yeah.
market. You can buy various kinds of foods, not just like snacks. You can get specialty prepared coffee drinks, etc., etc.
Yeah, 7-Eleven is really different here. Because
Yeah.
I think in America I have a particular image of it, and it's not what it's like.
Yeah. Though, as we discussed previously, 7-Eleven is now fully owned by a Japanese corporation. American 7-Eleven is Japanese, deep down inside. However, the man who caused that to happen, I forgot his name right now. He died about 2 weeks ago.
Oh my.
Yeah, and left the 7-Eleven corporation, which is called the 7 & I Holding Company, to his son, I think.
Why was this not bigger news here?
It was in the New York Times, so I read it there. I assume it was also in the Japanese newspapers, but as you know, I don't read those, so... Yeah, definitely one of those topics that I figured would be in everyone's mouth. Oh, did
Yeah,
you
I
hear?
hear it.
Mr. 7-Eleven himself has died? What?
Should have died on July 11th.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah. Would
is
have
it...
been fitting. He needs to hold out.
Isn't July 11th, like 7-Eleven Big Gulp Day in the U.S., where you can, like, bring in any size container and fill it with a drink?
No,
I remember,
that's terrible.
maybe they don't do anymore.
Can I bring in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing people coming in with, like, kiddie swimming pools. Yeah, because I think often people post on Reddit, here's a ridiculous thing I've filled.
Yeah. Like you can bring in your giant Menards bucket.
Absolutely. I think you can do really anything. And, like, partially that speaks to they're hoping that people will go in and buy other foods,
Yeah.
but also just how cheap it is to make
That's true.
drinks.
It is basically ice.
Well, maybe it was the icy or the Slurpee. Yeah, I honestly can't remember what it was, but some kind of drink for sure. For sure. Mark, you're definitely a dream about babies crying tonight. Like Nam said a bit ago, for me, after a certain point, the music and the fire sound, the button sound, baby sound kind of drop into the background. I've talked previously about like attention. The standard example I use in my classroom is the clock has been clicking the entire time. Right? The clock has been ticking along, and you all just don't notice it. At this point, of course, we all start noticing it and have a very hard time no longer have it leave our mind, having it not focus in the mind, whatever.
Right, but I find that when we're out somewhere and there are babies crying, you have a very hard time ignoring that.
I do, because it's irregular. So I know in this game how often the baby cries, and that I can stop the baby's crying if I push the button. So, if only I had a button in public to make the baby stop screaming. But yeah, it is very much like the piercing sound that is sudden, unexpected, and irregular. That throws me off. Does it not bother you to hear baby crying?
It depends. Yeah, it just...
Just depends.
It just depends. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Board Game asks, why does 7-Eleven have locks on their doors that are open 24/7? I actually know the answer to this. I remember reading a 7-Eleven FAQ page on this very topic. Do you know why, Noms?
No.
It's in case of robberies. So if they're robbed, they then lock the doors to preserve the crime scene.
Oh.
Yeah. And then also...
So in Japan, they don't...
no locks needed, because there's never robberies here. But no, they said that, and then also that occasionally, when the store is closed for renovations, they'll lock up overnight. So, yeah. But the robbery apparently is the number one reason why they lock it, to ensure that the crime scene is preserved. But then they aren't open. I know, such deception. The open 24/7's a lie. We should sue them for breach of contract. Because
It might be open 24/7, just not 365.
Oh, maybe. That said, there have been many Christmases when I've been in the old hotel room and like, I need a drink, and walked on down to the nearby 7-Eleven, and they've always been open and happy to see me. And they usually say Merry Christmas, even though I may not be someone who celebrates it, and I always feel weird about that, but it's meant from a good place, and that feels nice. Absolutely. Remember they stopped at 11 p.m.
That's what I was wondering. Does 7-Eleven mean like 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.?
Well, that's interesting. It might. I have no idea. But yeah, when
Maybe they only serve 7-Eleven.
They only serve 7-Elevens?
Isn't that a drink?
Oh,
7-Eleven?
isn't it an alcoholic drink? Yeah.
I think it's got like 7-Up and...
I know there's a
something.
7 and 7.
Oh, maybe it's 7 and 7.
Which is...
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. You should start the 7-Eleven. You just need to find a 7 and a 7 and a 4. So 4 shots of something to make the 7-Eleven. And then we'll definitely get sued for copyright infringement. Excellent. Excellent. I was just thinking now, in the past, just over a year now, we've moved from a very, very small town to a very, very large town. And in the small town, basically everything shut down by 9 p.m. or so. It's been so different here, where if we're up late working, it's on towards 11 p.m. even, and we finish our grading, we say, oh, sure, we have to have a drink before bed. We don't have to just rely on what's in the house. We can head out just on the block, and everything is still open.
I was going to say, you kind of shut down at 9 p.m.
Not 9 p.m. I shut down at 10 p.m. usually. Yeah.
But there's also vending machines everywhere.
It's true.
And vending machines are mostly drink vending machines, but there's also like soybean vending machines and gyoza vending machines.
The accursed natto vending machine. I mean, I know you love it, right? Because you can get your edamame natto anytime, day or night.
That's right.
But not for me. No.
Should I tell my turkey story now?
Sure. If you're willing to tell the turkey story, I'd love to. So, Merhaba to you. Here for the turkey story.
Yeah. So this is my boss's turkey story. So this was one of his first years. He was here in Japan, and he has a family. And so he wanted to do like Thanksgiving dinner for his family. And so turkey can be hard to come by. But I guess he heard that Costco has them. So he went over to Costco or something, and he got a turkey, a big old turkey, and it was frozen, and he put it in some bags, and then he had to take the train home, and the train was very crowded, so he had a bag, he had a turkey in a bag, and he was holding it down, I guess, and it was then jammed up against other people, and he felt really bad for all those other people who had like frozen turkey jammed up against that.
That is truly terrible. What's the largest thing that we've carried onto the train thus far?
Probably when we went to IKEA.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, when we first moved here, they would definitely deliver furniture to the house.
Yeah.
And I think they would deliver anything else if you spent over X amount of money.
Or if you pay for it.
Or if you pay for delivery.
Yeah.
We, of course, are...
Well, this was because of time, too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we moved into a house with no bed, and we realized we'd be sleeping on the floor with no blankets, no pillows, no nothing. And so though they could deliver it, it would be 3 or 4 days. And we decided it would make a lot more sense to go get the thing to bring them home.
Yeah.
And so the first night, we slept on the floor with just one blanket, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was pretty awful.
Yeah.
We had our little pillows, though, and... I kept talking about it like as a big adventure of sleeping on the floor, and I think that.
And there were no curtains.
Yeah, no curtains, bright, and the crows were loud, and it was just a rough time.
I think after a few days, I was like, okay, maybe we should go to the hotel down the street.
That's right. Yeah, because definitely they couldn't get the bed to us for quite a while, actually, right?
Yeah, it was like over a week.
It was over a week, yeah, but.
Almost a week.
We ended up buying additional blankets to at least have something on the floor between us, or between us and the floor, yeah. It's like camping. If we could have maintained that spirit, it probably would have been better.
We had a sleeping bag or a bed pad, any of those things.
Yeah, but
in Chicago.
We left all these back in the U.S. Unfortunately, we have a nice camping setup. Over the years, Noms has acquired a lot of really nice stuff by looking out for sales, and we've enjoyed some times camping out in the wild. I really enjoy winter camping.
I was gonna say, especially in the summer.
I hate summer camping so much. I feel sweaty and gross, and I just want to shower
And sleep.
and sleep. That's correct. The way in which I avoid summer camping is time for a nap. Time for a nap. The time goes by faster if I'm napping. Sorry, noms. Yeah, I definitely when it comes to outdoor camping in the summer, you are the queen of it, and I'm absolutely the knave of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Camping is popular in Japan.
Yeah.
I don't think very many people have their own tents and stuff.
Yeah, they're rental agencies for those. That said, here in Japan, people, on the whole, really over-prepare for camping. And will often buy the newest and fanciest of everything to do their camping.
Hiking boots?
Yeah, hiking boots when going out for like a tiny little nature walk, and people with giant backpacks for their afternoon hike.
And then the little poles?
The walking poles. And definitely some older people use the walking poles, which makes sense, but it's like young, healthy folks, apparently, who will have these like giant hiking poles going over like really flat dirt terrain, which seems excessive, but who are we to question? It keeps the industry going. That's what counts.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is REI tried to make a go of it in Japan, and it didn't work. It failed.
Do you have any guess of why that is?
I don't remember. I think I read an analysis of it, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
However, LL Bean going strong.
Yeah, and we bought my robe from LL Bean, and I do like that quite a bit. But a lot of the LL Bean things here are like fly fishing jackets.
Now, fishing is big here.
Fishing is big here, but I can't imagine wearing a fly fishing jacket on a day-to-day regularity. But it seems like it's sold as if you'd wear it day-to-day.
I've seen some... I mean, fashion in Tokyo is a weird thing.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that seems most fashionable it just seems weird to me, though I'm not a fashionista for sure.
Yeah.
But on a more basic level, no one seems to care what you're wearing when you're out and about.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people wearing, like, sweatpants and, like, suit tops and stuff together. Like,
Yeah. And it strikes you as being, like, kind of off in some way, but I always wonder, are people trying to make a statement about fashion, or do they just want to be comfortable, or what? Jeans with skirts throw you off. Yeah, definitely the case that we've seen things like that. Oh, also, this is your story in some measure. I'll start it if you want to finish it.
Okay.
Suddenly in the winter, the coldest part of the year, a lot of young women began to wear mini skirts.
Yeah, very short skirts.
And that really threw us off. But then moms realized
that they were wearing tights, but they were tights that were supposed to look like skin.
Yeah, so like nude tights in some ways.
Yeah.
And they're really
they're like fleece lined.
Yeah, and you said you'd never seen these before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're winter tights with fleece inside that are the color of the person's legs. And so I was like amazed. It's so cold. Why are your legs exposed? They actually aren't.
Yeah, but now that we're in the in-between season, some people are wearing those skirts without tights.
It's true.
But then there are people who are transitioning to the summer clothing, which is like the super long skirt.
It's true.
I don't understand why in the summer people wear the super long skirt, and in the winter they wear the short mini skirt.
So I suspect it's about modesty.
But it's not modest if you're not wearing your nude tights.
Oh, that's true.
Then you just look like one of the girls at the girls' bar.
That is true. I don't know. I expect there are some people who will.
It is possibly about not tanning. Yeah, that's the one thing that occurred to me is that people are ridiculously covetous of like pale skin. That they wear like arm protectors. They're like little arm sleeves that are UV blocking.
Yeah, the alarm's really loud. Sound down, please. I'm sorry, I can't. As long as you can hear me over it, that's the only thing that matters here. If you need to skip today's stream, it's okay. Don't you worry, but this is just how the stream goes.
Oh, the girls' bar. You're talking about girl bars.
So every night, but especially on weekend nights, when you walk down the street, you will see very serious-looking men who are kind of dressed like secret agents in like black pants and white shirts and sunglasses usually, holding a little clipboard and looking very, very serious. And near them is almost always young women who are not exactly scantily dressed, but definitely dressed in a way that seems alluring. Is that fair?
Okay.
Yeah. And
Suggestive.
Suggestive, yeah. And they will be, they will be often attempting to talk to any man who's by themselves. And what these places are places where you will pay money for the woman's time to sit and drink. And it's just paying for a woman to pay attention to you and have conversation. And I've been told that often the conversation there is really just super affirming about who the guy is. And so they play a valuable social role for people who have like lower self-esteem or are lonely, where you can pay money for people's times. Now, at some of these bars, after a while, you are close friends, and close friends occasionally decide to have physical intimacy. And you're surely not paying for physical intimacy. No, you're paying to have a conversation. Now, some are legitimately what they say. Some are legitimately just pay for people's money or pay for people's time and some drinks. Others of them are surely thinly disguised brothels, which are illegal in Japan. You may not pay for sexual intercourse. But it's like so much in Japan, as long as there's an interpretation of what's happening and that's in the rules of the law, it's seen as basically legal. And there's a lot more to say about this, but it's a family-friendly show. See that happy little baby over there? Baby Meep. Can't have that talked about in front of him. I would feel terrible. But yeah, this is one of the first things I learned about in Japan that made me realize that the Japanese conception of law and following the correct rules is so much about just having a plausible interpretation where you seem to be following the rules, even if you disagree with the rules and want to do otherwise.
Yeah, when I first heard about girls' bars, though, I thought they might be bars for girls. Like,
Yeah.
places where girls can go, women can go and not be harassed by men.
Yeah.
That's what I was like, ooh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and there definitely are places like that, I suspect, but the standard girls' bars have names like Desire and Sweet Honey Bar, and they just
And
strike
sweet honey, like butter honey?
like butter honey.
Honey butter bar.
Exactly right. Hello, Mark. How's it going? So the calendar on the wall is actually not a calendar. They are developer tiles. Now, I've never made a video game, but apparently that's the kind of thing that people put in the game to show there should be a wall there, and then eventually it'll be covered over with the correct colors and textures and so on. So in the story of the game, the story so far is there's a narrator who made an absolutely beautiful game for us to enjoy and explore, and he told us what to do to get to that game and to enjoy it, and we consistently refused to do the thing the narrator told us to do, and at some point we reached the end of the game. And that doesn't mean the ending, the appropriate conclusion, but instead it means we reached a place that the developer had not yet fully created. And the developer made fun of us, and the developer said, why would you do this? Why would you ruin what I was trying to do for you? And then we went through a period of playtesting, in which the developer added different things to the game, and we can rate them. And this is the third new game, or element of the game that the developer added for us to test. And in this part of the game, you need to keep a baby from being burned in a fire for 4 hours' time. At the end of that time, you get to rate the game and tell the developer how well it's gone, so that you can help them create a better and more engaging game that people will choose to play instead of turning away from. That is the story of the game. That's where we are. And we're in the midst of playtesting this game. The developer believes this is a game that produces a lot of feelings about art. We actually have not talked about art at all so far today. Maybe it'll be a topic in a bit. Literally 4 hours. In the bottom left-hand portion of the screen, you will see a timer that is counting down. And it started at 4 hours, and it's now at 2 hours and 35 minutes. And yeah, literally 4 hours. Oh, 2:35. 2:35. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. What happens if you lose focus and let the baby crawl into the fire? Well, then you're a horrible person who would let a baby die. Why would you be that person? Oh, I actually don't know what happens if the baby reaches the fire. This is my 6th time playing this ending, and I've never once done so. Now, in a couple hours here, when we're basically at the finish line, some people will begin to bargain with me. We'll say, Resorty, would you kill the baby for $500? Resorty, will you kill the baby for this amount of money? A couple years ago, one of the mods, who at times been a very, very big tipper, said he would give me, I think it was $3,000 to kill the baby, and I refused it. Even though at that point, streaming was my full-time job, and I really needed the money. So, I want to say I am unbuyable to intentionally kill the baby. Now, one of these years, I become Old Man Resorty, there will probably be a moment at which I'm unable to keep the baby alive. And we'll then see what happens. And I will feel very, very bad and sad and all the rest. But for right now, we just keep on going. This is what we do every April 1st. Pretty much, yes. It is, as I said before, a community celebration day. Though it is a gamey... Sorry. Though it's a game that is very, very boring and kind of silly, it's an opportunity for us to hang out and talk and have a lovely, lovely time. Is that year this year? Is this the year I'm finally too old to finish it? I hope not. I hope not. I'm not yet 40. Next year I'll be 40 and then we'll see what happens. Would I kill the baby for tenure for me and Noms? So Japan tenure's weird. Do you want to talk about how Japan tenure is weird?
Everybody has tenure here in Japan.
Yeah, everybody has tenure here in Japan. I don't just mean like professors, but at any job site in which you've been working consistently for more than 5 years, and they haven't fired you in that period, or offered you sufficient feedback to fire you, you get to keep your job forever. Unless the company shuts down entirely, I believe. And so they have to keep you at the same wage or more. Occasionally, companies that want to get rid of someone will make their job as unpleasant as possible. So apparently at some companies, there's a room where they put people they want to fire or want to have quit. In that room, their job is to sit and move paper back and forth. Their job is to sit and look at the window or whatever. And they get paid their same wage because they cannot lower wage for these people, but they give them worse and worse and worse jobs until hopefully they quit.
It's like Milton. Milton? Is that his name?
Yeah, in the office.
Office Space?
Yeah, but in that case, they just forgot about Milton, right?
Well, he was actually fired, right?
Oh, that's right. He was fired, but he kept showing up and kept getting paid.
And then they moved him into the basement.
That's right.
And
That's right.
they do. In some places, they give people like a 4-year contract, and they say you have a 4-year contract.
So, that said, at least in Tokyo, the labor office has been trying to crack down on this because some corporations were giving people a cooling off period where they could work for like 4 years and 200 days and then get fired for 100 days or so and then rehired. And this would count as they haven't been working for 5 years. But the labor office is on to that kind of shenanigans. They're trying very hard to keep people employed who are seemingly integral to the company.
Yeah.
Are layoffs illegal in Japan? So I don't know the particulars. Surely if a company fails, they don't have to keep people on board. But it's really common when a business is having a hard time, instead of laying people off, they will either, the CEO will lower their own salary substantially. During the pandemic, there were some CEOs who were earning a relatively good wage for here, who cut themselves down to only a few dollars, or to the average wage of their own employees. It's really, really different. And then also, at some places, employees have voluntarily altogether taken a pay cut to keep people on board. We've discussed this on stream before. In the U.S., occasionally employers who want to exploit people will say, "Hey, we're all family here," and then fire you when you're no longer useful. Just like you throw your uncle out when he's been a little bit naughty at Christmas. Here in Japan, it seems much closer to true.
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially in the traditional company, they have to spend so much time together.
Yeah.
Which can be a bad thing, right? And that's part of what led to these laws, was that people, there were all of these issues with, like, people working too much or people devoting too much of their time at their company, and so they're trying to be more pro-employee because part of the reason people spent so much time with their company is that they felt like they had to.
Yeah, because it is a family and you must work hard for the family, etc. And there's so much like shame here and willingness of people to say like, hey, I stayed 14 hours last night and you didn't. You must not really care about your job. And so
Well, nobody would actually say that to
right,
you.
right. It'll be indicated via just comments, whatever. Hey, friend, we have an ad break coming up. Apparently, it's been another hour. Really? Really?
No, it's been 30 minutes.
Huh. Is it possible my ads are set on once every half hour instead of every hour? Which is fine. I mean, I'm absolutely fine with that for the sake of this stream especially. I'll just make sure it's different tomorrow. Yeah, I guess a new month started. Yeah, a new month started, and so the ads may have reset from once every 3 hours, or 3 minutes every hour, to instead once every half hour. Whichever way, it's probably fun. So enjoy the ads if you're having an ad. Thanks for hanging out. Those of you who subscribe, no ads for you, and I appreciate the assistance in making the stream run. Fun Time Roxy the Fox. That's a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm always amazed when we gain followers on this day of days, but thanks for being here for sure. Sally says in 2008, your bargaining unit voted to reduce standard raises of the requirement. Said money is used to keep people on. Yeah, I mean, not to get too political as usual, but I think that's what unions have been for historically, right? We share the burden together, and we reap rewards together. Where I think there's been like an individualization of union labor for a lot of people, where the reason one joins a union is just to make more money. And if people are laid off just to maintain the highest amount of money for those who continue having jobs. And I think it's a real loss of the idea of solidarity. There's a lot of words to say about this, but I'll save them for now. But yeah, so to return to the initial question, like, yeah, everyone here has a kind of tenure. Because if you stay around long enough and do a good enough job, you don't get fired, there's an expectation you're part of the community long term. And I like that, right? I like that. How close can the baby get to the fire? I actually don't know. There are a lot of things about the failure condition here I don't know. Oh. And year to year, we've always discussed, like, okay, should we try to get the baby to the fourth tile, the third tile, etc.? And I try to avoid tempting fate. That said, as Pepper notes, there was one time 2 years ago, something like that, where I slipped. I don't recall exactly what happens, but I missed a button push in the next phase, and the baby did get way over there. And so I don't know exactly when it fails. And with it being the new deluxe edition, it's made even harder, so one has to focus more fully on the question of art. How far into the game is this? If you mean how far is it into like this particular game, it's about an hour and a half so far. If you mean how far is it into Stanley Parable in general, you can get to this ending in about 5 minutes, I think, if you know what you're doing. Probably even faster if you're speedrunning it. I wonder if there's a speedrun category for the baby game. Because this part of the game, of course, is locked in. There's no way to make it go faster. And so the question would then be, how fast could you get here and start it? But then you'd have to finish it up entirely. Maybe next year, I should attempt to speedrun this and like start the category and see if anyone will play against me. We'll see.
I can see somebody who doesn't know anything being like, yeah, sure. I can definitely beat 4 hours.
Yeah. I wonder if I should figure out the ideal route to get here as fast as possible and then deploy it next year. That'd be really fun. Would Cheat Engine Speed Hack work on this game? I don't know anything about hacking any game. There is a command console in this game, though. There's a command console that will allow one to turn off the baby's movement. The command is something like stop baby death machine, and then the baby just sits there, and you don't have to push the button anymore, but you do have to wait the 4 hours for sure. That's how it goes. Hello, Toady ZZ. Can't think of anyone you'd rather watch press a button for hours on a Friday Eve. Thank you. That's a great way to spend your Friday evening. Toady ZZ, are you the other Toady I know, or are there multiple Toadies afoot? It's a nice name, so I wonder. You are the same. All right, Toady, awesome seeing you. I've been so impressed with your TikTok posts recently, and I don't watch TikTok, but I see them on Twitter, and I really appreciate your generosity in sharing your knowledge of games with other viewers. It's really cool to see that. I wish I made more content like that, but where you are putting your nose to the grindstone, I'm usually taking a nap. That's how it goes. There already is a baby speed run, 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds. The question is it possible to get to this spot in the game in faster than 4 minutes and 30 seconds? I don't know. I'll start trying it in my off hours. This is a great way to spend my time. Yeah. You think it's possible? It might be. So usually on speedrun.com, there's a video of the person's work, and so I'll probably watch that first and see if I can see any places to carve off time. Ultralux is 4 hours, 1 minute and change. I wonder why. I really wonder why it's so much faster than the Ultra Dogs. Or I wonder if there's a way to like skip through a wall or something. I'm not sure. Only to spend 5 minutes figured out,
right.
Not to have 4 hours, yeah. Because I know once I get here, I can solve the rest of the game. Solve the game, we say. I don't know. Anyway, now they're still here. I'm sorry. I've been blathering on without inviting you for chit-chatting.
That's okay.
Did you have things you want to say?
Nope.
No? Okay, are you just
No.
enjoying hanging out here?
I'm thinking about leaving. Is that okay?
Oh, if you want to, you're always welcome to. Yeah.
Do you need more water?
I'm absolutely fine with water now.
Do you want a straw that goes in there?
No, thank you. That
Do
would
you want me to come back and give you water later?
If you please. It'd be very kind if after like an hour from now you stopped it.
Okay.
Also, it'd be very kind if you want to come by and talk at any point. Because like I said before, it's going so much faster today if I don't have to do all the work of coming up with stories. I mean, chat's here to keep us company, etc. But, yeah. Thank you, Noms.
We can listen to a podcast?
No, we can't. See? So, as you might be aware, the song we're listening to in the background is Q Lazarus, and it is definitely a copyrighted song that I should not be playing. Naughty me. But the YouTube sound algorithm thing can't identify that it's Q Lazarus because of all the other noises happening simultaneously. And I love that so much. That said, in the very close of the baby game, there's a noise of like happiness or holiness or satisfaction that we'll hear, not to spoil the ending. But that noise is copyrighted. And so when I upload this video to YouTube, the person who owns that noise will claim the entire video and then take all my marketing money from it. I've considered just muting that tiny bit. It's like 4 seconds maybe. That would be belonging to somebody else. So we'll see. But yeah, if I do a podcast, that will surely cause us to have more copyright claims.
Oh.
But do you want to listen to a podcast? You can definitely listen to a podcast, and if you want to, you could listen to the podcast and speak the words as they're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, no is Nom's offer.
No.
Sally has a question for you about all things Greek.
Oh no.
Nom, if I name a cat Janus, will the cat tend towards chaos?
Any type of chaos.
Any type of chaos. Because that's the two-faced god, right?
Yeah.
They got a beginnings, the endings, the god of doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have such different stream personas. Like, my stream persona is don't stop talking or people get bored. Nom's is, let me think here for a minute. It's great. I mean, there definitely are streamers who are a lot chiller, who are often just like, all right, let's hang out for a while, playing a video game. Cool. Glad you're here today. Where I have much more or else. Wisdom versus intellect. I think Nom's smarter than I am, so I don't know. I think Nom's got both wisdom and intellect, and then I just have intellect.
Oh.
I just have blather.
Okay, that's right. Oh.
Yeah, I think James is a good name.
Yeah, that is.
How do you say it?
I think everybody will think the cat is named James then. I think Janice is how people often say it.
Janice, alright.
Yeah, like it'll sound like the woman's name, Janice.
Got it.
But it's probably Janos.
Janos. Yeah, definitely there's
like,
there's a mythology game I played as a child that had Janos as a character you had to talk to learn how to go through doors or something, and that was great. Yeah. Are you holding your giant bucket on your head?
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's definitely a good thing to do if we're just chatting directory. People come by and say, "Oh wow, that's some new content. Who needs water in a swimming pool behind you?" If you have the bottle on your head, it's water too.
Well, I have at school we have a water server.
That's right.
And I thought, maybe instead of going over to the water server many times a day, I can just go over there once.
When you say water server, you mean the
water cooler.
Yeah, the water cooler with like the Culligan bottle on top.
Yeah, it's called water server here for some reason, but it has hot as well. So maybe
does.
that's why it's not called water.
It does. That said, if you went over there and filled up
all of that,
I think your neighbors would be, not neighbors, your coworkers would be very angry. Another food question. Favorite on you?
Just tell them I just fill it up once a day. I know, everybody comes with their little mug.
They do.
And then
Here comes you with all that. Another food question. Favorite Japanese pizza and or toppings? Unusual Japanese pizza.
Oh, unusual?
I mean, we eat really boring toppings. Like, my favorite one is the Garlic Master, which is a bunch of pieces of garlic and not much else. And then, what's your favorite one so far?
I don't know. There's the one that's like white sauce and potato slices.
That's right.
And pesto, right?
Yeah, and it's some Italian name they call it.
I don't know.
I thought. I can't remember though. Yeah.
They call pesto basilico here, though.
Basilico, that's right. What's a
Majinico.
pool? Gary, if you don't know this, there are rules on Twitch about what you're allowed to wear while streaming. It's clothes that are appropriate to what you're doing. I'll probably get banned here. Because recently, maybe a year and a half ago, some streamers decided it'd be good for viewership and good to build the kind of community they wanted if they wore very skimpy clothing, bikinis and so on. And so Twitch put out a ruling saying you're only allowed to wear bikinis if you are at a place that would use a bikini, like a beach, for instance, or a swimming pool. And much like the Japanese, finding clever ways to follow the rules, many of these streamers then began to add like little kid wading pools inside of their stream rooms. And they wouldn't even necessarily sit in the kiddie wading pool. It would just be there. And they'd say, look, there's a swimming pool. And so I can wear my skimpy bikini. And that's how that works on Twitch.
Would that swimming pool be full of 7-Eleven icy?
Yes, it was pure icy all the way through. Yeah, and so now I think there's like a beach and pool subdirectory. Because previously it was all full of just the just chatting directory with all of that. Now it's a little more distinguished. Also an ASMR directory for all this stuff together. So, how's it going, Various? A teacher asked a student to create a sentence about public service. One of them said, the fireman came down the ladder pregnant. The teacher asked the student if they know what pregnant means. And the student replied, yes, it means you're carrying a child. That's nice. I like that very much. Let me mention, in a little bit here, I'm going to be very bad at reading chat. I will try to keep it up, but it's not going to go well.
Oh, maybe I'll come back at that point.
You're welcome to. That said, also, I'll need you all to tell me how time is going. In a little bit, keep slipping into the future. Yeah.
What is that song? Time keeps slipping into the future?
What about it?
What is it? What's it called?
Time keeps on slipping into the future. I don't know what it's called, actually. Yeah.
What if I wanted to listen to it? How do I look it up? Oh boy.
Pepper Imga, no. The 7-Eleven here does not have Slurpee brands.
Yeah. It's a Steve Miller band.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. 7-Eleven has Slurpee, no. But ramen or sushi, and there is a right answer.
So one prefer ramen, one prefer sushi.
Is it a seal song?
Of the two, I like sushi more. Definitely.
I like an eagle that's
as it's called. Yeah.
But I did listen to a podcast about seal the other day.
You did. Let's do that in one moment. Let me answer the question first.
Well, no, I want to be all over the place. Everything, everywhere.
All at once.
All at once.
Yeah, I try very hard to like stay on topic. Unfortunately, a lot of the games I play, I do pull myself in every single direction all at once. But for this day, we must stay on topic.
Okay, stay on topic.
So real quick, ramen or sushi? I think of the two, I prefer sushi. Ramen's fine, but I prefer udon.
You like udon.
Udon's good. Like the thick noodles, very, very good. And Nam makes a particular udon dish, which we usually have on Saturdays at lunchtime. I'm not sure we'll have it today. that is like a spicy noodle.
Yes, we learned it from the TikTok, I think.
Yeah, we don't have TikTok,
We don't have
but
TikTok, but
yeah.
somehow, like,
we learned about TikTok pasta also
Oh,
some
yeah,
years back,
yeah,
and it was
yeah.
like a pasta and like piles of feta and
oh yeah, that was good.
it
That
was good. Oil and pasta stuff. Yeah, it was very tasty.
And yeah, mozzarella.
Mozzarella, that's what it is. Yeah, not
Mozzarella
feta.
in there,
Yeah. So you know, Nam's makes a little udon dish most weeks. I like that a lot. So the trouble with sushi, not to go too hard into it, but we don't really eat meat or fish, and so there's a very limited number of sushi dishes we have here, and many of them are like vegetable based, very very good, but nothing terribly amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so udon is definitely my favorite of the Japanese foods we had, I think.
Oh yeah, curry udon.
Curry udon, holy moly. Yeah, there's a traditional Japanese place by work where, oh, they're so nice. They're so nice.
Yeah.
And so kind, and they bring this gigantic bowl.
We should go there.
We can go there for lunch if you want to.
That's nice.
Yeah, of curry and udon, and it has like a side dish of pickled things and some rice, and my favorite part is they bring me a bib.
Oh really? Yeah. Oh, that's your favorite part? Is it they bring you a bib?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
it's a bit of a joke. But the first time they brought me the bib, I thought, oh gosh, this is me definitely thinking I'm a especially messy person.
Or they think you're a baby.
They think I'm a baby, right? But they did indeed
baby?
bring everyone a bib if they get my particular dish. When Noms gets her dish, she does not get a bib, but it's because it's like a very
Yeah.
liquidy dish.
I get tempura rice.
You get tempura rice,
salsa
indeed.
yeah.
Grandpa Clamps, how's it going, friend? Thank you for the ready host. I appreciate it a bunch. I saw you playing something last night. Maybe like a racing game? I don't quite remember. But Grandpa Clamps, you're playing Grand Theft Auto 5. A racing game. Hopefully your GTA 5 went well, friend. Thank you for coming in on this Viewer Appreciation Day. Are you feeling appreciated? Yeah, by the end of this thing, the form of appreciation will be in everyone's mind. No doubt, no doubt.
This is a racing game. The baby is racing toward the fire, and you are keeping them back.
It's true. It's true. I appreciate using them. That's right. We don't know anything about the baby. We know it's adorable. We know that it is well rendered, but we do not know anything past that.
Mm-hmm.
You had a story you were offering, or a comment you were offering, and I cut you off very rudely.
About my Seal podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, I was listening to this. What was it? Was it Song Exploder?
It was Song Exploder. Yep.
Yeah, where
which
they
you
take
really enjoyed.
apart. They take apart a song and
Yeah.
they talk to the person about how that song was made.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was about Seal's "Kiss from a Rose," which was ubiquitous when I was in high school, which I didn't really like, but it was nice to hear him explain how that song came together.
Yeah, and it was so cool hearing the voice parts separated out,
Yeah.
and like the repeated. I don't know how to even describe parts of the song, unfortunately. And there's like a slide guitar, right, that you really enjoyed, or that's my other song.
That's a different song.
That's a different song.
That's a different song with the slide guitar.
Right, there's no slide-
That was
Now-
everyone knows.
Everyone knows that's right. Or everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
The Leonard Cohen song. It was a bit of time listening to Leonard Cohen a few nights back. It was nice.
There's an episode of Song Exploder which is about Cheap Trick's Surrender, where they separate out all the parts,
That's right.
and it's so amazing.
Yeah, we should listen through all of Song Exploder again. They're all great.
Because there's so many songs that I don't know.
Yeah, that's
that
true.
are part of Song Exploder, and
But
it doesn't really help.
Yeah. What is this? Are we being punished? This is a once-a-year stream. 6th time doing it. 4 hours of saving a baby. Friends, we got about 5 minutes until the bad part. 5 minutes until the part where, for a very brief minute, I'm going to potentially lose everything, including my mind. Because it will go from being a period of peace and relaxation and enjoyment to something very, very different. And the first time it happened, it was the cruelest thing ever. But this year, I'm ready for it, I think. This isn't the bad part. This is not. So the next part will be perhaps equally bad for you, but so much worse for me. Also, I've got to say, as I glance through chat, I'm seeing a lot of old friends, of course, but also I'm seeing some followers and subscribers who have been joining us in the past year or so. And I'm always amazed by that, and absolutely delighted, because I often joke that this is the day of the year when we find out who the true fans are, who the people who really want to be part of the community are. So those of you who joined us in the past year, thanks so much for hanging out with us. It's an extra bit of fun. Exactly, Grimmy. It's you, it's Delamuka, other people also have joined us recently, and it's very, very cool to see you as part of the community. Now that said, I've said it before, definitely there are people who take the day off, and that's cool. Also, a Pepper Mga, thank you so much for generously giving subs to Vera Johnson, Grandpa Clamps. Enjoy. You're enjoying the mildly unhinged commentary? It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse real soon. Real soon, the commentary will possibly stop at some moments, and then you will hear sudden moments of, oh god, what's happening? Oh god, what's happening? Hey, Tony! Thank you for gifting a sub to the entire community. It landed on K-Rax Anagas. I hope I'm saying your name right. If not, I do apologize. No ad breaks allowed. That's right. No freedom from ads ever. Toady, thank you so much. Pepper, thank you so much. There's a lot of generosity today. It is a really fun day. It's a really fun day. I really wish I could bring like the same kind of energy to every stream, but I think it's very hard for me to like, all right, I'm now going to consider how we should put these pipes in so they do not overlap. It's hard for me to think that way while also getting exciting and talking and being really up there. So I'm glad we can have different energies on different days, but today is a lot of fun for sure.
I'm a little worried about this water. Is it gonna stay there? Is that okay?
What do you mean?
The water?
Yeah, what are the problems?
I don't know. What if it gets knocked over? You start flailing or something?
I don't think the water will get knocked over. That's usually where my coffee mug goes. And
okay.
Yeah. How will I be doing crosswords? So we did a crossword at the start of today's stream as the only crossword of the day. So we'll not be breaking for ad breaks today. We'll just be going straight through. Oh boy. Noms, any last words?
Owlet of fun. An owlet of fun.
Owlet of fun. Who was that? I remember some years back there was a cellular cartoon about the owlet.
Yeah. That's hyperbole and a half.
Hyperbole and a half, yeah. And so it was like this strange muffalo-looking creature who was the owlet. Mm-hmm. And anytime one said like owlet of whatever, she would then draw a picture of, owlet of berries. And so it was this muffalo-looking thing that was made up of berries. So, yeah. I remember
Owlet of flames.
Owlet of flames. Fire everywhere.
Owlet of babies.
Absolutely. Mouse head ready to go. Mouse hand's fine. Keyboard arm is feeling sore in the shoulder.
Oh no. No.
Thank you, Dots. That's right. I need a physiotherapist. I need an ice bath real quick. No, we're gonna be okay. Thank you, Nom, for the generous little massager. Definitely get me ready for whatever is next. Whatever is next. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Clamp, for having all the button pushing ready to go. Appreciate it. Yeah, remember the first year I did this, someone came in and said, man, you've got to be using an auto clicker, or this has got to be pre-recorded. And then finding ways to prove that a game is live is somewhat difficult, or was at the time. Because of course I can prove that I'm live right now by holding my hand up, whatever. And I think eventually I started doing 180s between pushes to prove that it was live. But people just want to doubt.
Should I bring the paper in?
The paper in? Oh, to show that it's actually today? Oh, today's the day that our paper gets delivered, isn't it?
Yeah, it's outside
probably. Silent, thank you for gifting a sub to Toady ZZZ. Man, there are gifts in the air. Because Mr. Board Games got 5 subs also. Today's probably a day I should have turned the hype train thing on, so we could have had big celebration time. Because so many of you are being so generous, and I really appreciate it. Shoe on header pre-recorded. I don't have a shoe here. Nom's can surely get one, but we're not going to do that. Again, Silent, thank you for the generosity. Mr. Board Games, thank you also. Your first 5 subs ever. I really, really appreciate them a whole bunch. And all you people who are getting emotes and such, hope you appreciate them, hope you enjoy them, and really thank you for being here. It warms the guy's heart. What's up?
You suddenly started pressing the button a lot more.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
If I need to think more sincerely, it's very hard for me to think about anything other than thinking. When I'm being appreciative, I feel feeling.
I've been spending the
Pardon me.
last 2 hours here embroiled in thought, and it's occurred to me, this game is incomplete. It's missing something. It still doesn't have that oomph. What is it, I thought to myself? What could possibly be missing from this incredible experience? And then in a moment of rapture, as though delivered by angels, it came to me. Before this moment, I was blind, but those days are behind us. I now understand the true manifestation of this game. It needs a puppy.
Not just babies,
That's right.
puppies.
This puppy is being lowered toward an aquarium filled with nothing but piranha.
Piranhas!
You have to click the second button to avert the puppy's death, in addition to the babies. This is it, Stanley. Art! I did it! Video games are art! Oh, but you have a good 2 hours or so to go, so I'll just let you get to that. No time to waste when there is such a meaningful game to be played. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Okay. First thing I'm noticing is this year, the blue button is not blue. So one change to the game in the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition is the previously blue button is now a white button. Also, shoot. In the earlier edition of the game, occasionally the blue button would not make noise. And so I would not be entirely sure if I'd pushed it. I'll be curious to know if they changed that or fixed that. I do not know if it was a bug or if instead something intended just to make it a little more challenging. Now, the longer I do this today, the more focused I'll get, and the better I'll be able to do on making the same gesture back and forth. Okay. Also, I need to remember to breathe. As of right now, I'm a little bit all over the place, but we'll get there. Will this continue for 2 hours? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. But less than 2 hours now, right? We're already on the way. Okay, we're fine. Whew. Alright, that is the part of the game I hate the most. The transition, because I can never remember how far we have to walk. I can never remember the pattern and timing, but as long as I keep breathing, we're fine. So I'm now fine. I should be able to do this for the next 2 hours as long as I don't have any part of my body fall asleep. So, Nums, you're still here, actually.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched this stream before?
Yeah.
You have. Were we living separately then, or?
Yeah.
Okay, that's very sweet of you to come hang out with this nonsense on some random Friday night. Whew. What are we gonna name the white button? That's true. That's true. The fire is named Kevin. The baby is named Baby Meep. The red button is named Gina. Is that right?
Yes.
Gina. We now need to name the puppy and the white button. And I'm sorry for earlier demanding that we could not name the red button blue button, because this is blue button, traditionally. And so some of you could have tricked me by naming the red button white button, and I would have gone for it. And I'm very glad we did not do that. Grandpa Clamp, good seeing you. Like I said, at this point, I'll be very, very bad at reading chat. And so if you're saying anything meaningful, especially, please save it for another day. Because I feel very bad if you're like, Resorty, I'm pouring my heart out here. And then less so.
Somebody suggests Buddy Boop,
Buddy Boop.
and they want to call the puppy fish food.
No. Nothing that implies failure. We need to keep a positive attitude. We need to believe that things are fine. Every year I say that we're going to find a way to go back and forth between the buttons without needing to use the mouse at all. Because there probably is a line where I can do it just with strafing back and forth. But if I try to find it, I would be panicking I'm going to screw things up. So I'm going to continue aiming myself back and forth. Any other...
Meemaw for the puppy.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, that's another auction not included name. Baby Meep's our favorite, of course, but the dog as Meemaw delights me. But I've got to say this year, I've done a very poor job actually talking about the characters. We've talked about a lot of other stuff instead, including Japanese food, etc. What else you got?
Grimmy is suggesting hope for the white button.
Hope.
Hope.
So initially, when you said that, I was thinking it was one of those, like, old boxing references. Like the Joe, whatever his name is, the Great White Hope. Like, that's a little racist, I'm afraid. But no, I like the idea of calling it hope. Because it brings hope with every press that maybe, just maybe, we'll get through this thing with no problems.
Or Archimedes principle for a dog.
Oh, because it's displacing water. That's funny. That's funny.
Or Cujo.
Cujo. Cujo is from which Is it Stephen King thing? Oh,
Yes.
it's called Cujo, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay. So, White Button, I've decided Hope is a good name. Puppy Dog, I like Archimedes for the water displacement, but are there other ideas for the puppy? I think every year we have the conversation of what kind of dog is that, and I could never, ever, ever remember from year to year.
It's a beagle.
It's a beagle, okay. I know there's like Legal Eagle. Should it be called Legal Beagle?
You know, the most famous beagle in the world is Snoopy, of course.
Wait, really? Snoopy's a beagle?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I knew that. But this beagle has brown ears.
Yeah.
Snoopy has black ears, is that right? Or white ears?
Well, I mean, it's a black and white. No, it's not. But he has black ears, yeah.
Oh, you're going to say it's black and white
it's
strips, of
not.
course, black and white? I've definitely seen...
Shiloh is also a beagle. Yeah.
Who is Shiloh?
No, I think it's a movie.
Shiloh. I know Black Beauty. That's about horses.
Oh boy.
Goodbye, horses.
Legal Beagle, the eagle.
More rhymes, more goods. Taboo, boo-boo.
Or Illegal Beagle.
Illegal Beagle.
Regal Beagle Bar is from The Simpsons, isn't it?
Really? Regal Eagle Bar.
Regal Beagle Bar.
Regal Beagle Bar. I don't... Sorry. I can't do too many intentional rhymes. I'm going to start laughing and ruin this thing. Okay.
A Poochie?
Poochie's
That feels
good.
mean.
Oh,
Is
isn't
a puppy?
Poochie? Is that Simpsons thing also? What's the name of the dog in Futurama? And if you know what dog I'm talking about, I apologize. I shouldn't mention that. It is the saddest scene in all of TV history. Regal Beagle might be Three's Company. Yeah, the main bar in Simpsons is called Moe's, right? And in Family Guy, the bar is called something Clam, I believe.
Prize dog.
Seymour. Yeah, Seymour's the name of the dog in Futurama. Hearing what's it called?
Clam Shack.
Clam Shack, right? Thank you.
Drunken Clam.
The Drunken Clam, something like that. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Shoot. Oh, shoot. Okay, 1 second. Must stop thinking. There's only buttons. There's only puppy. There's only baby. There is no fire. There are no piranhas. Just focus. Yeah. I know this has happened at least once every stream where I've done this. Is at some moment I try to think of them not quite remembering. And to remember things, I just stop doing anything else. Like, often while playing games on stream, I'll push the pause button. Or I'll just let the game play itself for a while and think hard. This game can't do that. So what were we talking about? Fry's dog, Seymour. Oh, yeah. Occasionally on road trips, Noms and I will pick a song and listen to all of the covers and versions of it possible. And one year we decided to listen to all of the covers of Suddenly Seymour from Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah?
Yeah.
And how'd that go?
It was really nice until we suddenly hit one where the bridge was like, it's usually like nice and kind of quiet, but then this man decided that he needed to show off during the bridge, and so he went up an octave and it was booming.
Yeah, he went up an octave and got so unbelievably loud, which is so weird because the character Seymour in that show is like a really shy twerp. Mm-hmm. And he was singing it like he was Gaston. You know, there's self-confident, full of himself. And it really throws off. Like, we were driving down the road just like singing along, listening along. And suddenly, I mean, had I been driving, I probably would have driven right off the road.
So loud.
It was so loud and jarring. Definitely my favorite
cover of Suddenly
I mean,
Seymour.
yeah, is the Rick Moranis one.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that one is definitely your favorite version.
I mean, that was my favorite version for the sake of, like, the story and the memory, and... I mean, anytime... This is sentimental, I'm sorry. Anytime I hear something or see something that, like, reminds me of a pleasant moment we had together, I do like it quite a bit. So things like that will, like, unexpectedly connect to a moment of happiness with you, and that feels really, really good. But I like Rick Moranis quite a bit, because he's not, the world's greatest singer, and... in my mind, at least, the character of Seymour would not be the world's greatest singer, because he is such kind of a nerd, a bit of a loser. And Rick Moranis is, like, obviously first-rate actor, comedian. Insert the standard story about Rick Moranis here, but I'm taking time away from acting in order to be a good dad when his wife died. I do wonder if he will ever return. There's been some discussion of... someone's thinking of making a new Suddenly Seymour. Wasn't there one on Broadway a couple years back with, or sorry, a new Little Shop of Horrors?
Jonathan Groff.
Jonathan Groff, he who played
King
King
George.
George in Hamilton initially,
Yeah, yeah.
spitting everywhere as he elucidated his words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan Groff was also on Glee, and he
Let's
was
see.
also, I think that's how a lot of people knew about him.
Okay.
But then he also had some show on HBO, I think.
Okay.
Mind Theater or something like that. Yeah. He originated some other role on Broadway that I've now forgotten. Oh, he was in Spring Awakening and
Oh, that's
also
right.
Wicked.
That's right, absolutely. Who did he play in Wicked?
I think he played the... No, never mind. He wasn't in Wicked. Ha ha!
Nam says, I know Broadway. Whoops. No, you know 80s Broadway really, really well.
Do I?
I thought so. I thought you said like that was a large portion of your personality at that point.
Well, at that point...
Oh, so maybe the knowledge has fallen behind.
Yeah.
That's right.
It got compressed.
Jonathan
And then-
Groff was in Wicked. April Fools!
Also, that's like 90s Broadway.
That is true. That is true quite a bit.
That's after my era. Also, there's a plant in the corner. I don't want to distract you, but there's a plant in the corner of this room.
Is there?
Yeah.
Like, back behind? Like, which
It's
corner
in
else?
the shadows when you're going to the red button.
Oh, okay, actually I saw it there.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, what else is in this room? So, at the very beginning of the game, more than 2 hours ago now, my knees were locked up. 1 second. At the very beginning of the game, like 2.5 hours ago, there's a brief period at which you're introduced to the room, and the baby is present, but nothing is moving yet. I should probably use that time to look around the room someday. Maybe next year we'll do just that, and get a name for the plant.
No, you won't be doing it next year because you'll be speed running. You don't have time to look around the room.
Absolutely. Anytime I want to name a plant, though, I want to call it Chuck. There's an old game called Maniac Mansion, which I absolutely love playing, and my grandfather introduced me to it. It was a point-and-click adventure game, which you play like as some various high schoolers, each of whom have special skills, and you had to use them together to save the cheerleader, whose name was Sandy, I believe, and stop Dr. Ed and his awful family from causing a sentient meteor, I think, from taking over the Earth.
It is called Maniac Mansion and the Day of the Tentacle.
That's right. Day of the Tentacle is the hilarious sequel in which these two relatively minor characters in the main game, these sentient tentacles, decide to revolt and become on the good. But only one of them is fully good, the other one's quite tricksy. And there's like time travel in the game, and you go back and spend time with Ben Franklin and so on. It's the kind of game that I would find hard to stream in anything but emote-only mode, because all the puzzles have like fairly obvious solutions if you know what you're doing. And it's like, go here, get that, use that too, etc. And I want to explore and discover a little bit more. But yeah, I like that game so much. Those old LucasArts kind of games with the pointing and the clicking and so on. Whew, okay. I don't remember if I cut you off.
No, I don't know. Should I go get you a little straw or something?
No. Like I said, I don't want a straw because I don't want to tempt myself.
Okay, so you're just not going to drink any water now?
That's the possibility. Though, as I've said, after an hour or so, if you want to come by and like maybe have a small glass just to tip a little bit of water in my mouth,
Okay.
that'd be a really kind thing to do.
But you think a straw would be distracting?
I mean, so if you were holding up, it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, I was gonna say, like if the straw's over on the table,
And you have to go
and I'm
get
like,
it.
I'm gonna lean
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
I'm gonna lean over and get it. Like, I can definitely imagine that going.
Like, I would bring it over to you.
That's so sweet. That's also sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like a boxer. Between rounds,
Yes, exactly.
ding, ding, ding.
Let me go out and buy one of those squirt bottle things that they use in football.
Yeah, we also need is it a styptic pen? Is that what it's called? Like to seal the bleeding.
Yeah, that's right.
Some sort of glue to like make sure my lip doesn't explode during the next round.
Yes.
Yeah, though I am not a boxer guy, I find
Your
this.
story seldom told.
Thank you. Yeah, though I'm not a fighter at all and have never really been attracted to the sport, I find like the traditions around it and like the know-how about the human body, other than just like beating on people, really fascinating. The same way like I'm largely anti-war, etc. But I know that a lot of like medical advances are made in and through the battlefield, and I find it fascinating how human bodies work and how we keep them continuing to work ideally.
I'm gonna go get a straw.
Okay, see you, Noms. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody, thanks for being here. And like I said, I'm not able to read chat hardly at all now. But it does mean the world that you would hang out with me and and my glasses are starting to fall off more and more, so next time Noms returns, I will ask her to put him up. This is my first year ever having anybody on stream with me during this, and it really does take the burden off of trying to think of things to talk about. And it's just nice to have like a presence with me in the room, saying, Resorty, you're not alone. Resorty, you can do this. May I please ask for a time check? Like I said, I can't quite glance all the way to the left of the screen to see where it is, but I can read chat very, very quickly. And so if you would make a quick mention of the remaining time, I'd appreciate it. 1:49. It's only been 10 minutes? Oh gosh, okay. Oh, I was thinking / believing that it would be half an hour gone by now. Never mind. I don't exactly regret asking, but thank you all for your excellent information. So the Q Lazarus song that we're listening to in the background is 6 minutes and 22 seconds long. Now there's a few moments of the music getting louder and then fading out at the end, so part of it can't be heard. But every year I ask the question, how many times are we going to listen to this song in the background? And some of you said that you can't hear it at all. It is intentionally... It is intentionally quieter in the background behind the baby and the puppy and the button and the button, whose name they did not use. I've objectified them once more. The face art at 2:05. Yeah, so it really is the case there's a 5-minute difference. And I don't know why that is. I wonder if the ending appeared to be longer. But yeah, it seems like, at least from how things are going right now, that the process will end when we have 5 minutes left on the clock. Now, there is an end sequence to this that is not instantaneously done. It's not that we'll hit 4 hours completed and then, like a snap or a light switch, it'll change over all at once. But I do wonder... What's that? No, what's that? Sorry, thank you. Hi, what's happening? Please just tell me what's happening.
I was gonna put your glasses on for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Okay, I really appreciate it.
I heard you talking about it.
I appreciate Noms. Suddenly having your hand in my face, I was like, oh no, you're blocking my vision, what's happening? Oh, Noms, thank you for helping me out, and I'm so sorry to...
I have a little straw here for you.
Thank you
for
bringing...
I can give you some water whenever you like.
What an excellent assistant. I mean, yeah, you're the real champion of the stream today. There would be no functional stream without Noms. Whew. Earlier today I was thinking, I'm now completing a Stanley Parable baby game on a second continent. I wonder if it's my life's goal, my real bucket list, to complete the baby game on every single continent on Earth. And some of those seem a lot easier than others. Maybe we could go vacation on the other places. Now, I know that Antarctica has satellite Wi-Fi, but I don't know how good it is for streaming. Though I think I've seen people upload videos from there. I guess what maybe I could do is take a vacation, one of those cruises, and get into the territorial waters of Antarctica, and play it on a boat, and then just upload the video later. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to adjust my left shoulder while we are staying here. All good, all good. Yeah, I think that before I use the standing desk for streaming, in this game it'd be really useful to have the chair's armrest. Because I could then shift and not have my arms hanging there.
Maybe in future years you need an arm sling.
Maybe. Or I could just use this standing desk as a sitting desk for one stream.
Would you like to put your arm on my shoulder? Your elbow on my shoulder?
I appreciate the offer, but no, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely okay. I see there's an @Resorty there, but feel free to read anything on chat.
A place further than Resorty would be a fantastic anime to watch.
A place further than Resorty. I actually don't know what that means, I'm sorry.
I don't know either, but it's capitalized like it's a title.
Okay, maybe there's an anime called A Place Further, but I don't...
It could be. Pepper would like to know what my favorite musical is.
Yes, no, I'm talking about musicals. Go, go.
Go, go, go. Let's see. My favorite music.
I mean, it changes.
Yeah, it does change. I really liked Hamilton for a while, like everybody else in the world.
Though you had to get on board with it. Initially, you weren't a fan.
Yeah, it took me like 3 or 4 times to start listening to it until I got through it because it's just so much. And by the time I listened to it, like all of the hype was like in full bloom.
And as we said before, that when you listen to things or watch things in full hype, it can never, ever, ever live up to it.
Yeah.
Anything.
Hamilton did for me.
Really?
But
Okay.
then after that, let's see. I also listened to In the Heights, which is Lin-Manuel's first musical that he wrote
Ooh.
while he was in college.
That's upsetting, isn't it?
Crazy.
Yeah, we have a bunch of college students. Could any of them write Tony-winning musicals?
Maybe they are, and we just don't know it.
I don't want to doubt them, but holy moly.
I wonder if there's a professor at Wesleyan who is like, that Lin-Manuel guy, he's always late to class and he said he's working on some musical. I'm sure it's just crap.
Yeah.
Lin, you really gotta get serious about school or something.
I mean, I think I saw a Reddit thread some years back on like teachers of Reddit who have taught famous people. What were they like? And so many of them did say that the people who are big creatives will have really stood out from the beginning of having like something special about them.
I mean, he went to that New York, he went to
Stuyvesant.
Stuyvesant,
Yeah. So he was on the quick track to creative excellence the whole way through.
Yeah. Oh, I know. There is a post about a place further. A place further than the universe is an anime about a group of high school girls that join an expedition to Antarctica. It's really great.
Love it.
And then Blue also says, did Six win a Tony? If so, I think Harlow and Moss wrote that while in college.
So I didn't see 6 yet.
Yeah, I think we need to listen to it. I was gonna sit down and listen to it, and I still haven't. That was like the big one, maybe a couple years back.
Yeah. As part of my introduction to Thomas More's Utopia, the first paragraph of Thomas More's Utopia book is about how great King Henry VIII is. And I always ask students, why do you think he included that? And the answer, in my view, is he included it to be able to criticize the structure of monarchy and pretend like he's not talking about Henry VIII while doing so, to avoid being executed, presumably. And then I always ask the students, what do you know about Henry VIII? And I've got to say, since 6 came out, there's a tremendously greater amount of knowledge from the students than ever before. Of course, the punchline of that story is when Henry started his own church, the Church of England, Anglican Church, Thomas More insisted that we need to stay good Catholics here, and so was executed by King Henry VIII, which I find delightful. Please continue, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're talking about 6 and other musicals.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. In the Heights, I was kind of into. And then we watched Dear Evan Hansen. That was fun. And we watched a national tour of it, actually. I think really good, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small cast, and so I think they could be really selective on finding the people for it, and I think small casts, for me, often work better on tours, because sometimes with random stages, they're not where it was initially staged. If you have a big company, it can feel absolutely overwhelming of like the small Midwestern stage.
Yeah.
Where a smaller company doesn't take over too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamilton, for whatever reason, I think is always staged on a really small stage. When I saw it on Chicago, it was in a small stage.
Yeah.
But I think Hamilton actually has a smaller cast than one might think. Just
Right.
because people play so many parts.
Sure. I think it's, there are a bunch of doubled roles, and then I think there are like 6
Like
dancers.
ensemble,
That scroll through the minor roles, and I think their names like Man 1, Man 2.
Exactly.
It's like Man 1 appears as Samuel Seabury.
Would you like some glass adjustment, or are you okay?
I'm okay for the moment, but
Okay.
yeah, my nose, this is gross part, I'm sorry.
Your nose is getting greasy.
My nose is getting a little bit sweaty, and so the ski slope that is my nose is causing the glasses to go for a bit of a slide.
Yeah, would you like me to bring a tissue for that, or just...
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I will suffer for the greater glory of art.
Okay, or
Yeah.
you can bash your head onto the mic and
So-
clean it up that way.
I think it's the case that back when I did this fully solo and didn't have anyone push my glasses up, I would ram my face into my shoulder between button pushes. I remember having this like moment of when is the best time in this process of going back and forth to take a moment to try to do whatever. I remember like one year I had a really itchy nose and it was bothering me so much. And I was like, okay, how do I stop it? And I decided that after the red button, before I turn, there's just enough time to make a very quick movement. But how it goes. Is that Pumpkin Pie? Pumpkin Pie's like, oh, I see a pink name in chat, and I assume it's you.
It's Pumpkin Pie and says, Ennui! Hello, but first I would like to say that I do not exist either as going to bed, and they say, I think I have learned that art has to break the Geneva Convention.
Exist, have a good night, my friend. Sleep well. We'll see you on Monday, hopefully. And yeah, this art game asks us to think hard about the nature of art and suffering and beauty. And this is clearly a piece of art that challenges the viewer, right? It challenges it auditorially. It challenges me physically. And yeah, I'm delighted to have created art here on Twitch.tv today.
Oh, Pumpkin Pie's been around for a while, and I think they've been chatting for a while, and I just did not notice it.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, as I said before, on today I'm finally excusing us being very bad chat engagers.
Yeah, well, Pumpkin Pie was chatting with Pepper Unga, and now he's chatting with Ennui.
That's nice. I need today's maybe a day where I should have like a text-to-speech person read out all of chat.
If we're saving the baby and the puppy, is this art also utilitarian in nature?
I suppose it is. It is. My suffering is immeasurably small compared to the importance of life and freeing people from being burned to a crisp.
Yeah.
And consumed by... oh boy, consumed by fishes. That said, of course these are not real, and so the question then is my suffering making people around the world happy enough that it's worthwhile? But of course I'm also making those people suffer as well.
Yeah, people are getting stressed out over here.
Understandably.
Yeah.
Understandably. It's a bit much. Okay.
Now, I did watch Waitress without you in South Dakota, speaking of musicals, and that was pretty good. But that's more of a conventional musical, I think.
That was one written by Sarah Bareilles, right?
Yeah.
The pianist.
Yeah.
I like her piano song. I like jangly pianos a lot, you know.
Yeah, she's a singer-songwriter, but it's also based on the movie Waitress, which I never saw.
Okay.
But-
Is that the one that like Anna Kendrick does that cup song?
No, that's Pitch Perfect.
But she plays as a waitress, right?
In Pitch Perfect? She's a college student.
Okay, the music video for that cup song has her like standing behind a diner
Oh, really?
kitchen maybe, or diner bar possibly.
Yeah.
This is one of those songs that when I'm streaming, I'd immediately start singing, and I'd try to hit the high notes and just fail over and over again.
Yeah.
And you'd say, oh, Resorty, that's so nice, thanks.
Okay, so Dogberry says the music video has very little to do with the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I've only ever seen it in music video.
Okay, I've only ever seen the movie.
Got it. Thank you.
But Dogberry says, I do like Sarah Bareilles. I like Sarah Bareilles, yeah.
She's the one who had this song called Love Song, right?
Yeah, that was her big breakout hit.
Yeah, and it was like a commentary on the art industry, I think.
Yeah, it's on art, indeed. But
Yeah.
like she's not gonna write the industry a love song just because they think it's gonna be a big hit.
Yeah. I think once a year, while playing this game, we talk about Clement Greenberg, the 1950s art critic, who has the great essay Avant-Garde and Kitsch, and the way in which artists are often pushed via what he calls the golden handcuffs to put out things that do not speak to their artistic sentiment at all.
Yes.
Which we now call selling out, if you do it. So, actually, I wonder if it's still called selling out. I feel like it's a somewhat dated phrase now.
I bet people understand now.
I think people understand it, especially our viewers who tend to be a little older. But I wonder if the Zoomers call it selling out still.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Dogberry says love song may be her most famous, or Brave. And I agree that she has many other good songs.
Brave. One second. Is that the one like ba dun 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 dun? That's like Roar. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Roar and Brave came out at the same time, and people say that Roar was a ripoff of Brave.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I remember Bo Burnham had a shtick about is that really what I want to encourage people to do in the face of hardship? Is just be strong and it'll all be fine.
Yeah, Brave is about Sarah Bareilles' brother.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think his suggestion was we need to find ways to like deal with the underlying conditions instead of just like leaning in and doing hard things, and they always be hard instead.
Yeah. Right, and maybe it was kind of a precursor to all of the toxic positivity talk.
Sure, absolutely.
But to see
Oh,
both
pardon
the
me.
puppy and the baby are still alive.
Doing our best.
It warms my heart to see how deeply the the message of this game has resonated with you. I can only imagine the joy welling up in your chest. The sheer joy of such pure distilled life essence flowing through your veins. It must be amazing. I'm jealous of you, truly I am. No, seriously. I'm deeply envious of your position at this very moment.
Thank you, NeuroGuide. NeuroGuide says we're doing real work in the world. The artist's work is truly labor. Labor not only of the body, but also the soul. Behold, I share with you the greatest of humanity. Oh, good, thank you.
Blue Line says, I will mention the Argentinian Dracula musical for being a really good Phantom of the Opera half copy. But also, jokes aside, the woman who originated the Mina role in that is legendary in Argentina theater for good reason. She was amazing when I had the luck to see her last year.
Cool. I know absolutely nothing about Argentinian theater. I wonder if Evita played there. Past that, I know absolutely nothing about Argentinian theater at all. Yeah, I've often wondered the degree to which different cultures have musicals that maybe we'd really enjoy if we were aware of them. Because, of course, we're Americans, and so we have such access to music from Broadway and things like that. I don't know if there's like a Japanese musical scene. It's definitely not a historical art form here.
No, but I think there is. I mean, yeah, I think there's some. Remember I told you that they were taking Spy Family and turning it into a musical?
That is right. So, in the same way that manga becomes anime, and manga becomes cafes, and manga becomes etc., it will now become musicals as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Spy Family was a big hit, not just here, but also in the English-speaking world as well.
Yeah.
We watched a few episodes of that, right?
Yeah, we watched those
And it was
episodes.
fine.
It was fine.
Fine.
I don't get the anime thing. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Which is really unfortunate that we live here, because everyone's like, it's so amazing, and then we just we don't consume it.
Yeah, I often enjoy them as just stories like any other, but I don't get especially into the style of drawing. And then occasionally, even very serious shows and scenes will have moments in which like a character suddenly becomes like caricature drawing, and then has like a sweat bead appear and weird noises, and I'm like, is this meant to be funny? It's really undermining the emotional moment that I'm having here.
Yeah.
And that's when I realized, okay, maybe I'm not actually the intended audience. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dogberry was asking about Bollywood musicals.
Sure. We almost went and saw RRR.
Oh yeah.
It's not Bollywood. It's not Bollywood
It's
musical.
It's not
but
musical, is it?
No, it's an action film, but
Yeah.
very big and loud action film, and
The tigers.
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 there might be some dancing. I'm not actually sure on that. But yeah, it was being advertised pretty broadly here.
Yeah.
So I think it's in
still
Tamil, right?
playing.
It is still playing. I think we talked about seeing it, but we realized that the subtitles will be Japanese and the main language will be Tamil, and we'll have absolutely no ability to understand any of it.
Yeah. Although if it's an action movie, maybe we will.
As long as explosions and bright colors, we are totally happy.
Okay, and then Mr. Board Games is asking about kabuki theaters and have we attended them?
Yeah.
The answer is no, we haven't.
Yeah, we've done very
Nor
little
have
here.
we gone to no theater.
No.
No.
Yeah, and the big reason for that is until just a couple weeks ago, it was still very common to wear masks here. And,
Not kabuki masks.
right, the medical masks. And while it's fine and good, etc., and we're trying to be part of our culture here, the culture that is here, it's a little unpleasant sitting inside and watching a theater show with those on. In my case, my mask is all like full of breath and wet, and that feels awful. So hopefully now that masks are not being used often, we'll start doing more shows and such.
Yeah, I've been seeing more people inside like the kombinis without a mask, and sometimes if I like go out without like, having forgotten it, I don't feel bad going into like a kombini or a restaurant without a mask.
Yeah, so recently I've seen primarily just the older portion of the population that's still entirely masked.
Yeah.
In other generations, it's been probably 75-25 among the older middle-aged. And then our students are probably similar, but in the same amount, but flipped. Even our Japanese students, or at least my Japanese students, have mostly gone maskless now.
Yeah.
And they're probably wearing masks for the reason that traditionally they would, which are allergies, not wearing makeup, etc.
Somebody has noted that your glasses, Parananthus has noted that your glasses are sliding down. You let me know if you would like that adjusted.
Yeah, I guess I'll take it in just a moment.
Okay.
So if you'd come this direction.
Hello.
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 And if you put your hand up to... if you go ahead, but don't block my eyes, please.
Can I just go from this way?
Yep, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're good. We're good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Noms.
Okay, Elvis.
Wait, why am I Elvis? Oh, thank you very much.
George Mallory says, but since when is the gamer who is the audience? Since when are
Wait, I can't follow this.
Yeah.
Would you tell me like a summary and not emphasize that way? Sorry. I don't mean to be dismissive or anything other than kind. It's just I can't follow complex sentences.
Oh, an ad is about to start, friends. Have fun.
Noms, you're the best streamer ever.
I think what George is saying is, are you consumer or are you artist?
Why not both?
Yeah.
I think one of the when you say you mean me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that one of the points I've made previously about why is it okay to stream copywritten material on Twitch is because I'm not just playing the game, but I am making a modification to it by offering commentary. And so, of course, it's the case that without me, the game would not be played. The baby would just die immediately. And so I am part of the effort, as is the developer, as are the audience members, etc., etc. And so I am both consumer and producer, and you can't fully distinguish the two.
I would also like to note that Scaredy Bob has given 5 gift subs.
Wow.
And so as a result, Telrax, Operator, J.D. John,
Hey.
Ruby Rose, Thrall will not experience ads. Also, Silent Crucifixion gave a gift sub to Gary Enkels, and they will not experience ads.
Thank you, Silent. Thank you, Scaredy Bob. The generosity today has been absolutely overflowing with kindness, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the nonsense. Your kind contributions ensure this happens only once a month. That's right, if you don't give, or only once a year. If you don't give, we're doing this every single day forever.
Axis gave a gift sub to Liu Kang 89.
Hey, Liu Kang. Axis, thank you very much indeed. Was that a targeted sub, or was that a...
to the community.
All right, cool.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yes.
Axis, thank you for your kindness. And I'm sorry that my thank yous are not as quite effusive as usual, but gosh, I mean them. Gosh, I do. Did just saying gosh undermine that?
No.
You just looked over at what I was like, wait, am I being rude?
No.
Not looking at me, it must be rude.
No. Fernandez would like to point out that your glasses are sliding down again.
They absolutely are. I actually wonder, like, during a normal stream, how often I fix my glasses.
You know what you need to do is you should get. I've heard that Oakleys are really good for not sliding down
Oh, yeah?
because they're made for like sports.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
Right. We have friends who swear by their Oakley sunglasses for running.
Really?
Yeah. So maybe you need to get like the anti-sweat ones.
I mean, thank you. I know that there are various, like, gamer glasses sold.
Oh, goodness.
I think they're primarily,
Blue light?
primarily to, like, limit blue light. I remember for a while there, streamers were hawking them, probably sponsored to do so. And I hated looking at a stream where someone was wearing, like, I don't know. I like watching a stream where people are dressed in a way I can imagine them being dressed usually, and not, I don't know. I'm still a conservative viewer, I suppose. Yeah, but like someone wearing like bright blue goggles just always seems a little bit weird to me. So
So some people say please no Oakleys, and then someone else, yes, dittoed that. But then someone said I can confirm Oakley glasses do not slide down. But then Silent says you could just put a Band-Aid on your nose to keep them up. And then someone else, yes, Pumpkin Pie would also vote for Band-Aid.
All good ideas. Yeah, I appreciate those ideas. Thank you very much. I wish I had thought about this before we started. It's important to me not to change too many things mid-action. Of course, there is a pause button, right? We could push the escape key and be freed from this madness, but that would ruin the spirit, wouldn't it? Also, there's something. Oh yeah, often when I will set my glasses back up again, like reach my face and move them, which I do when I'm not playing this game, it reminds me of back when I was a kid. I got involved in karate for a while, and it helped with my self-confidence. It helped with my appreciation of how my body worked, etc. And it was all very, very good. And I had a guy named Sensei Jeff as my teacher. I think he was a Marine or Navy, I can't remember which one. And a really, really kind teacher in a lot of ways. But my very first tournament ever, I remember I would consistently use my gloves to move my hair out of my face. I probably should have gotten the hair cut a little shorter, but I remember my mom said pretty directly, "You should not be doing that. You're gonna get hit in the face," and she was definitely right. definitely right. So yeah.
Pumpkin Pie has gifted a sub to the community, and it has gone to Smiffles.
Pumpkin Pie, thank you. You've been a really generous part of our community for a while now. I'm glad that in our playing Oni, we got to meet you, and thanks for your generosity to the community. Also, guaranteeing this game will not reappear on the roster until next year. Very good. I think something happened on the far left of the screen on the Streamlabs thing over there.
Bizarre Rolled has followed.
So, Noms, you're responsible this year for reading the names at graduation.
I am.
Are you going to use that voice?
No.
You're very silly, Noms. Thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it a whole bunch. And,
should I use a hockey announcer voice?
what would that sound like?
Bizarre Rolled has just followed.
Okay, that's more than for that. Thank you.
Oh boy, Mr. Board Games has gifted 10 subs to the community.
Board Games, thank you, my friend. Every time I hear your name or say your name, I feel so bad. Mr. Board Games was our first ever child in the biotech rim world. The first time we could ever have a child, we had Mr. Board Games, and they died so quickly.
Oh dear.
And it was horrible. But thank you for the gift subs, my friend. Oh boy, we're getting to the part of generosity where it's becoming a bit too much, and the feelings are becoming more feelings, and I can't have feelings. The only feeling is consistency, stability, and the rest. But thank you for helping me out and helping other viewers out and all the rest. The feels, it's true. You can't wait to play RimWorld again? Oh, I know. You're not the only one. Which, when I say that, I don't mean I feel that way also, but I don't know. I need to find some way to make the game's goals feel different and new in a way that is not just let's pick a different ending. Because I keep falling into the exact same ruts and habits over and over again. That needs to change for sure.
I would like to announce that Anonymous Gifter has gifted 5 subs to the community.
Anonymous, thank you a whole bunch. All the Anonymous out there, all the Anonymi, thank you for being here with us, lurking as you do, hanging out as you do, and gifting some dubs as you do. Some dubs. Gifting dubs. Should we have dubs? Should I move my mouth and you do a Resorty voice for a while?
I don't.
You need a script first?
I do.
Anonymous, thank you, though.
Hello. Welcome to this stream. We are pushing some buttons.
That is how it goes. That is the commentary.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask the awful question. Noms, you're here, and so
Yes?
you'll be able to answer it for me instead of people in chat. How much time is left on the timer bottom left-hand screen?
1:21:21.
Awesome. So we have gotten through more than half an hour now. That is actually really good. Last time I asked how much time was left, we'd only been through about 10 minutes.
Oh dear.
And that felt awful, but half an hour is good. I can keep this up for another hour and a half. Hour and 20? You said it's 40, right?
Hour 20.
Hour 20, so another hour and 20 minutes. Right.
It is counting down.
It is. I tried to do math there. I was like, 20. Oh, it's a 4. This is even worse math than usual. Oh my goodness, folks. Oh my goodness. Well, we've been here for a while. We're having a good time. All right.
Someone wants to know if you were involved in the creation of this quote-unquote game.
No. What I said earlier was someone asked the question of, in the creation of art, this ending of the game is called the art ending because the narrator comes on and says he believes that this element of the game, the baby game, will unlock the true meaning of art for those who play it. And so a viewer asked, when in respect to art in general, is art created by the viewer or the artist or some combination, I think. And so I said, in the art of playing this ending, I am part of the creation of the art, not the game itself. Now, I wish I were. This is such a clever game, and it's really quite funny and enlivening, and you should play it. Not this ending, but you should play it. And that's what I was saying. But yeah, thank you for the good question. Anytime I'm sitting with that, like, thank you for the good question, I think, do I say that to my students? Does it sound sincere? Do I really mean it? In this case, I actually am appreciative. I just can't quite get the right tone for it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was at a talk yesterday, and at the end of the talk, you know how there's a Q&A, and people say, oh, thank you for that wonderful presentation, and I wanted to know about da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And I don't do that. I don't thank them for their presentation, but then I automatically assume that everybody else who's thanking them is just, like, going through the motions, and they're not actually thanking them.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they are.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have the case that sometimes some people in some contexts are pro forma grateful. This doesn't mean, of course, that all people are pro forma grateful.
Yeah.
Does it mean that the only times that you're grateful are pro forma grateful?
Or maybe the only times that I say I'm grateful are when I'm actually grateful.
Oh, I see. Noms, I don't recall you ever saying you're grateful for me. No, it's teasing. I'm just joking. Ah, jokes. Jokes. All right, very good. So, as I mentioned a bit ago, you are intending to, or you're actually going to, be the commencement reader this year.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that in general and in specific?
I think I feel fine about it now, but I haven't looked at the list of names.
Okay.
I think I feel fine about it, but maybe I'll get more nervous as we get toward it.
Yeah.
To it.
I think the ones I'd be most concerned about are like tie names.
Yeah.
Because they're often very long.
Yeah.
And I can feel myself getting like lost midway through.
Yeah.
And then also occasionally they have characters that I do not know how to pronounce at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on having like people submit a recording to me if they want, and I'll study and everything. I've also seen at other schools where somebody will pull a student aside like right before if they're still not sure. But no, I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant or anything, but I think I'm pretty good with names. So
yeah. You are. I mean, you're good with languages in general. I guess I'm curious. Are you going to try to go for quote unquote authentic pronunciation? Because we've had some readers, not here, but past readers at other schools, have attempted to read every name in like the quote unquote correct accent. Even people who are like fully anglicized, despite having, for example, a Hispanic name, they'll go for a more exotic pronunciation. Have you thought about how you're going to do that?
Yeah. I mean, if I could get every student to say their name just in case, you know, even ones that are like Kevin Smith, you know, it may not, like, it's hard to, I don't want to be presumptuous about how somebody pronounces their name. So maybe if I could get every student and just confirm that the ones that I think are pronounced that way are pronounced that way, it might be good.
Yeah, my undergrad had us do that. Did yours not? Like, even those of us like me with incredibly plain, obvious pronounced names had to submit a pronunciation line of how to say it. And one year, the year before me, someone with like an equally plain name said, just the way it's spelled. and they had that returned to them and said, no, you're going to write your pronunciation. It's part of what we do here. And I appreciated that. Like, I appreciated that it was a way of normalizing the expectation of pronunciation help for those people whose names are not immediately intuitive.
Yeah.
Did your school do that or no?
I don't remember it, but they may have. Some Mr. Board Game says, "What about every student record their name and we play that?" Actually, I've been trying to figure out if we could do that.
Wait, when you say play it, do you mean as part of
their recording?
As like part of the as part of commencement?
Yeah. Because like I've heard at the end of podcasts, right? Sometimes they're like, the blah 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 has been done by, and then like each person reads their own name.
I mean, so I like that for podcasts because it is taking ownership of one's creation.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I like it for graduation because graduation is a conferral. It's not being done by the recipient; it's being done by the institution.
Exactly.
And then also, like on a more practical level, I worry about the quality of the recording, the speed of reading, making sure that you get them to fire in the right time. You could say, okay, everyone comes out every 30 seconds. But then people stumble across stage or like make a scene on stage and hug the president, etc.
I suspect that's why it hasn't taken off.
Yeah.
Just because it can be difficult. So I wish I could know like every student, right? Because we have a lot of Japanese, but they don't all use like the traditional Japanese pronunciation.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that would be important to know. Thai names are tough. Somebody asked about the substitute teacher skit by Key and Peele, which I love.
A.A. Ron.
Yeah, I have a friend named A.A. Ron, and I always think of him as A.A. Ron.
That's great.
Yeah,
absolutely great.
Yeah,
very funny. Very funny one. I've considered doing that kind of joke with my students, but at this point I actually don't call roll. Even at the beginning of the year, instead I go around the classroom and hope they pronounce their names slowly enough that I'm able to figure out who on earth they are on my list. But especially people who have names that are not English names, if they ally to some letters, like give their nickname instead, I'm often having absolutely no idea who they are. And this sets me up for a semester of fun in which I can't distinguish students.
I have a Thai student right now, but he has a nickname. So I wonder what we'll read when he graduates. He's a first year, thankfully.
He has time to figure it out.
Yeah,
and definitely, I mean, I don't know, some people identify their nicknames so much more than their given name. But also I can imagine someone in a official context, like one of these really important signal moments of life, wanting the full name as the part of the full weight of it.
Oh yeah, true, right? Because some people have like two middle names.
Sure, and they want them all.
Will I be reading their two middle names? I'm also going to be reading Latin honors and distinction, I think. At least Latin honors.
Cool.
So good thing to have a Latinist reading the Latin honors.
Summa cum laude?
No, I've heard some really, really bad ones.
Yeah, my undergrad gave degrees in Greek, actually. One of those.
Oh boy, aren't we fancy?
Fancy. But they gave citations to like distinguished scholars and people with honorary degrees in Latin. And so the president would have to like give a generalized comment to all the students about what they were being awarded, and this would have a large section in Greek. And his pronunciation was passable on that. His Latin was horrible, and he would stumble through it and like insert weird pronunciation. And I always thought like it was year after year for year he was doing this. I thought like, why are the classics faculty not pulling him aside and saying, here is what you're supposed to say, here are the pronunciations? Now that said, I believe it's the case that the the one class that's remaining there was a very old person who disliked what happened to the school, so perhaps he enjoyed seeing the president make a fool of himself. Hey, Jags, how's it going? Hope everybody good day, Jags. Welcome to stream. I swear we don't normally game like this, but today we are gaming like this, and that's an altogether good time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in my undergrad graduating ceremony, there was something, and there was an honoris causa.
Yeah.
That was like mispronounced a lot, but it was an attorney. It was an attorney president. And clearly, I should be president of your undergrad, right? Woo!
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Someone, Scaredy Bob says they went to Big State U. I was part of like a 10K plus quote unquote graduating class. It was diploma handout assembly line. Yeah, where we worked maybe a few schools ago. It was I call it double barreled because they had two readers, and it would be like bang, 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 and then there were two lines of students, and they tried to get through them quickly, but they still did read everyone's name.
Yeah, and Big School U, Big State U, where we used to work, had I think 5 graduations.
Yeah, either one for each college, or they put 2 colleges into one.
Right.
And so there are some people who had to do the same things over and over and over, like the president.
Yeah, I would show up and like give the same speech over and over again.
Yeah.
And I often wondered if he would like make slight modifications, if he's like talking to humanities students or to the physicists, or if it was just like, here's a general comment on the role of education, you fill in the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something that I've actually wondered about as you move up the ladder and now a provost and someday be president probably. Do you have like certain quick speeches that you know how to deploy, or do you have to still like work on that? I know a lot of presidents have like their 5 minutes on like what the aim of education is, 5 minutes on what the school does well, etc.
I think I had developed it for like, I don't have it here quite yet, but I think especially at my last school where I was talking to parents and doing recruitment speeches a lot.
Sure.
I had that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this school, because in Japan, takes a very different speech than the one in middle of nowhere Midwest U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll be curious to see how you develop that speech. And I know that a lot of presidents, especially the one we have here, fall back on like anecdotes from their own life.
People like anecdotes.
People like anecdotes, and they're, I think, often a way to pretend to be vulnerable while actually giving a pat account.
Yeah.
So
A lot of people have said that they skipped their graduation. I skipped my PhD graduation.
As did I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did my undergrad graduation because it was a very small class, class of I think 150, 170, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And my father very much wanted to see it. My grandparents, so on. Where my PhD one, I was gonna go. I was very excited for it, and my parents wanted to come and so on. But my dissertation director said, I don't go to those things. You'll have to have somebody else put your robe on, or your hood on, rather. And I was like, the other people in the faculty who will likely be there, over the course of my PhD time, I've had really like, bad run-ins with them, and I don't like them very much, so nope, not gonna go. And then, the next month after graduation, I found out that some other PhD student begged my advisor to go and hood her. He's like, for you, anything. And so he ended up being there, and he would have hooded me too. And I realize now that I should have just begged him, but we don't have that kind of relationship. So no, neither of us went to our PhD graduations. Did you have your master's?
No.
No, nor did I.
I didn't go to mine because I went to a big state
Yeah,
for
true.
graduate school, and they did all of the graduations together. So everybody from the entire university, grad, undergrad, all the colleges.
M. Brady, I love you so much. M. Brady.
Dogberry was not allowed to skip, and they would not. The institution would withhold the diploma.
Oh wow! I mean, I know you want to have students there to put on a good show for the parents and so on. Well, speaking of which, do you enjoy it when people scream out, "That's my boy!" Woo! Even after they're told, "Please hold all applause to the end."
Me?
Yeah, you.
I love it.
You love it, even though
I think it's great.
They're breaking the rules, though.
But I think it's great, right? Because I think. Especially at some of the institutions that I've been at, where there are a lot of people who are first gen.
Sure.
Right. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And so I think that's great because, I think part of the commencement is like it's so like old and fussy.
Yeah.
And what I love is like when people are just like people and they're really celebrating and it's a really big deal and people get out all of like their fancy clothes with the impossible heels that they have to walk up and down stairs on, and as long as they don't cover the next name. I don't like it when the screaming and the shouting goes into the next person's name. It's
See,
terrible.
that's what I often think happens. And not just that exactly, but if it's like too disruptive, then it might actually slow down the entire process.
Oh, you mean like baseball?
Like baseball. I mean, I don't want to talk about that right now because I don't think you care that much about baseball, but man, the modifications to the pitch timer have been so fascinating to watch, and the ways in which like pitchers are now abusing batters by quick pitching over and over again, especially the batters who have somewhat complicated I'm getting ready to hit motions. And yeah, for the first bit of spring training, the pitchers were like quick pitching in the middle people's like warm up before they were even like looking at the pitcher. And so there's a modification of the rule now that there has to be like eye contact between the pitcher and the batter, or like the opportunity of looking up at least. So
yeah, that's a football tactic, an American football tactic.
The quick snap.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind traditional baseball, which is kind of slow and lazy, but I understand how these Zoomers with their limited attention span need to have things going all the time. Yeah, I mean, as I've often said before, like I've enjoyed baseball as strategy, as like the mind games of happening, like how long until the pitch comes, etc., etc. And I think it's a little bit less around now, so we'll see.
Gregarious Groundhog asks you, Resorty, that you've mentioned in the past that your family wasn't super well off growing up. Were your parents college educated, or were you first gen?
Yeah. So my father, pardon me briefly.
Joy of artistic expression must be you, heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Well, it finally happened. Now we know what happens if you screw the baby game. Yeah, I realized I missed the button. Hey, it's Firewatch.
What do you think this game is about?
Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I think we're good. Friends, I hope you had a good time. I missed the button push. I'm not sure if I was just thinking about something else or what. I realized it happened just a moment after it happened and couldn't quite get back around again. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, so we knew it would happen eventually.
Oh boy.
And it did happen eventually, and that is A-okay.
Would you like some water?
Might want some water, we'll see. Thank you for the gift subs, my goodness. Festiva, thank you a whole bunch for generous 5 gift subs. Means the world. That's rough. That's rough. I want to say I gave it a good college try, yeah? Yeah. But today we will not have the feeling of glee at having finished it again. But we tried our best, and that counts for something. What does one say to pick up the pieces?
Well, have you had this ending before?
I've not had this ending before, but I don't feel like playing right now.
Okay.
So I'm feeling a little bit low right now. It's okay. But 6 times the charm, maybe so. Again, Festiva, thank you for your kindness. Yeah, it sounds like next year we gotta do it again. Cancel the speedrun next year. I mean, so it's honestly the case that like a week or so before this thing goes, I say, oh, okay, why are we doing this? And it is a fun time. But you said Gregarious was asking a question, and should I answer that question, or should we?
I don't know.
I don't know what it was, unfortunately. Oh yeah, about my family, college and such. Yeah, my father was an electrician, or is an electrician. He went to trade school. My mom did some. My mom did some. What's it called? Community college classes. She's a para educator now, and yeah, no, my grandmother did the college thing, and so yeah, that's that. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it a whole bunch. Y'all are lovely and good, and I'll be back on my Monday, which is not tomorrow, but the day after. We'll play some more Oxygen Not Included, and that is great and good. And then next year, we'll give us another shot and see how it goes. So thank you really for being here. I appreciate you all a whole bunch. Your generosity today was over the moon, exciting. And we made it within an hour of pulling it off. All right, see y'all on Monday for some Oni. I'll put on the closing music now. If you want to listen to a little bit of Ol' Moose, that'd be great. For now, though, I'm Resorty saying bye-bye, and Nums.
Bye-bye.
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 Terry werewolf singing songs of Dixie. He don't know the shape he's in. Up on the creek, he sure will fix it. Don't hardly know where he's been. Come on, baby, let's dance this last one. Caribbean moon is coming in. Life is driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn. It makes no difference, piano keys would sing. Keeps his brandy bottle handy. Down in Nazareth, his freedom bell will ring. It's hard to know what keeps him standing. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. My life is driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn. Carnival conman singing cold and lonesome sound. He don't know his wheels on fire. Off of the mountain, gonna seek some sacred ground. Something to which a drunk boy can aspire. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. My life is driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn. Come on, baby, let's dance this last waltz. Caribbean moon is coming in. Acadian driftwood, ain't no one's fault. Winter Park Quality Inn.
Again, thank you so much, and we'll see you again real
Oh, it's my turn. Real soon.
real soon. All right, goodbye, friends. Thanks a lot.